What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. We realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Mossy Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Mossy Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
Sutek tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is, though. No, he really is, though. I can't really, like you, bro, you cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with cuz. But niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro, but we got to get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, my brother? What's the champ?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African, so don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sutek want him. We say PMF ain't
It's no problem. It's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
Just ask one. I love you. Tell Sutek. Tell me. It ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Have him pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We'll make it work. So, right here. He ain't ducking no favors, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
Hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga around me in my face, clown.
you gonna block me and I don't be
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
what the fuck up?
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
Y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find your own genealogy. Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Ay. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Ay. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Ay. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Thank you, Mika. Peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Make sure you like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. I wanted to kind of go back and deal with something that was played in the video yesterday and bring people up to speed and show you how pseudo people could be on the internet and how easily it could be overlooked and not dealt with in real time if you're unfamiliar with the said subject. Yeah, okay, whatever. But before we get started, man, make sure you like the show, share the show. I do see we had Double R Robert Rand in the building. We got Dun Dada. I don't even think Chavis is still here. He's seen the title and probably ran. We got somebody named Brad Nelson in the chat. I'm pretty sure he's clear.
He said he has created many universes and been our father many times, predate that. Yeah, so he is far out there. He is the universe maker, Brad himself, Mr. 6669. All right. For those of you who will be catching the replay or joining the stream later, man, please make sure that you like the stream, share the stream. And if there was something said in the middle of the bill, what was going on, Eric? If there's something said in the middle of the bill that was not dealt with and or was dealt with and you're interested in it, please be sure to drop a comment after the video uploads. Appreciate that with all due respect. So before we get started, I want to kind of set the groundwork for this subject matter and keep it growing as time progresses as far as this build is concerned. I'm not going to try to take up too much of y'all time. I want to kind of get directly to it. The link is pinned, and we don't duck no smoke and run from nothing. But we only have one request: is if you hit that link, do not come up here talking without a source. Source up or shut up. Please don't waste our time. I will allow you, if you got a source, to read your source and get your argument out if you have a source. No source, I ain't going back and forth with you. I'm living my best life. Okay? Are Aboriginal Americans modern human? I want to kind of lay that out there because yesterday there was question marks around what this dude was saying and his problem with Carl Leonis and labeling people as human, right? Or using the word Homo sapiens since that word came up. No, Mika. There's no debate happening with that dude. He is delusional. I tried to make that work, but the dude went in his group on Facebook and he began to make memes and do silly, childish ass shit. Like he was winning a point about something, but he never had the evidence for it, all the while ignoring his correction. So he tried to make he's trying to do it for attention. And I'm not gonna give him attention. I'm not gonna give him attention. That's what he wants. He wants a following. Ask Eric. James wants a following. He's looking for people to subscribe to his channel, build his channel up. And one of the ways to do that is through antagonizing people. It's similar to what white supremacists are doing right now with these with these antics, trying to call us monkeys and all that old shit, try to get views and all that, right? But anyway, there's this field. This field is called anthropology. Then inside of anthropology, there's these subfields. The reason that anthropology is so important to this conversation that we are having with people who claim to be indigenous or aboriginal to the Americas, or to have always claimed to always have been here, or to claim that they populated the earth. Anthropology is the number one field to be able to refute, educate, and interfere in this subject matter. This deals with people wanting to be Egyptian, people wanting to be everything but West or Central African or descendants of West and Central Africans. This is who the Caribs are, how the Europeans first encountered the first peoples of the Americas, all of that. Anthropology deals with the shit we argue with every day, even from a theological argument as it pertains to religious arguments. When it comes to historical sites and places, anthropology should be able to support or refute information that is used in that particular field. So with that being said, a lot of people are very unfamiliar with paleoanthropology. They're also unfamiliar with biological anthropology. We're going to properly understand what is biological anthropology and what is paleoanthropology as it pertains to this conversation. But hold on, before I even get to that, I gotta take care of something. Hold on. Hold on one moment, y'all. Boom, boom, boom. Man, my sinus is just killing me. All right, that's off. That's off. Hold on. I gotta sign back into this thing, so give me a moment and let me get shined in, man. Let me get shined in, man. Somehow I got kicked out of something. I think that's the right password. Damn. It ain't. All right, there we go. Now let me see if I can get this bullshit ass video to pull back up. Hey, before we get started too, man, shout out to all the black people on social media, man, within the last 24 to 48 hours, man. Y'all been doing a fool on social media. The White and Proud group started a racist White and Proud group, and I guess people caught wind of it. And due to them catching wind of it, they ended up 100-some-thousand black people then bum rushed the group and have trolled the hell out of these white people. And it's hilarious. Definitely hilarious. All right, so let me mute myself. Remember, we heard this yesterday. So we're going to listen to it again.
This biologist, dude.
Yeah, I like it.
You got a better chance saying you come back to me than a sweetest biologist, dude. But by the way, now, wait a second, because we're not done. We're not done. You're the one who brought up Homo sapien. Now you're starting to be like, wait a minute, I don't care about this.
Oh, no, I did.
Right.
Yeah, I acknowledge it.
Now, hold on. Now, the dude William Stern designated the dude Carl Leanis as the lectotype specimen, which is complete pseudoscience at its core. Is the definition is what he did. But when William T. Stern, by the way, the dude who created the IQ formula, he's the one's going to tell you if you're intelligent or not. Make it up. Who did the biggest scientific pseudo-scientific movement that has ever been done is going to tell you who that, if you're intelligent or not. Now, he designated Carl Leanis as the lectotype specimen for Homo sapien, but he never tested his remains. Is that proper science? Is he allowed to designate something as the lectotype specimen for Homo sapien without testing his remains?
That's pretty proper logic. You're right.
That's improper.
You're right. I said
my logic is proper. Theirs ain't. Theirs is full of horse shit.
You can.
Theirs is full of horse shit. Literally. So since you didn't collect, since you didn't test Carl Leanis's remains, and this is how bad it is. This is how unreliable these people are. So since he didn't collect a true type specimen before designating Carl Leanis as the lectotype specimen for Homo sapien, what is the haplogroup for the lectotype specimen? Can you tell me that?
No, I cannot.
You couldn't tell me that because he didn't test his remains. So they do not have a haplogroup for their lectotype specimen for Homo sapien. Now I gotta ask you the biggest question of them all. How did they find a match for their lectotype specimen in Africa, sir? Is it possible?
No.
Have a good day.
All right, so we heard the video again. There were several things that was actually mentioned in that video. You heard Carl Leonidas. You heard Stern's name. You heard a bunch of name dropping, but no actual evidence. So then you heard haplogroups show up. Why would the haplogroups come up in a conversation between Stern and Carl when haplogroups come way later in the scientific study, right? Haplogroups come way later. So why would you mention haplogroups? This is all deception. If you knew nothing of this subject, you would think that this fool knew what the hell he was talking about. And then he getting somebody to agree with him that has no idea of what the hell he's talking about, which even makes it worse. So I want to reintroduce some of y'all to the field of paleoanthropology. And then we'll move on to bio, right? We'll move on to biological anthropology. And we'll make what we need made right here. So let me share this tab. You should be able to see the tab. Cool. Paleoanthropology is a subdiscipline of anthropology. It is the study of extinct primates. While the majority of researchers doing this kind of work are anthropologists, paleontologists within the discipline of geology may also study fossil primates. The primary method used, listen to this, because it's the primary method used by paleoanthropologists is the analysis of fossil remains. However, they increasingly rely on other scientific disciplines to gain a better understanding of the environmental forces that played a role in our evolution, as well as formations of fossil records. For example, geologists identify processes of sedimentation and fossilization and date fossils and their associated sediments using a variety of techniques. A variety of disciplines are involved in helping to reconstruct ancient environments and biological communities. Paleontologists identify ancient floral and fauna fossils. Paleontologists analyze particulars in ocean and lake cores, as well as pollen in terrestrial sediments, to determine the predominant flora in a given area of a particular time. Taxonomists help determine how fossils assemblages were formed. In the 20s, Raymond Dar proposed that early hominids, bipedal primates like ourselves, found in South African caves, had inhabited those caves. In addition, he interpreted puncture wounds found in some of the skulls as evidence that those hominids made and used weapons for hunting and male-to-male aggression. The taphnomist C.K. Bryan argued in more recent times that either hominids fell through cracks into subterranean caves after having been cached in trees by leopards, or their bones were dragged in by rodents such as porcupines from gnawing. We now realize that while those early members of our tribe likely used tools, they were not big game hunters or warmongers. So is the history of the discipline, and I'm not going to go too far on it. I do want to grasp over some key points here in this, so you'll get it. While paleoanthropology is a formal recognized science, it's fairly recent. Questions and beliefs related to our origins extend back to the earliest members of our species, and possibly even earlier. All modern humans living in traditional hunter-gatherer bands, tribes, or chiefdoms, or state-level societies have a set of beliefs associated with their origins. However, any ideas that fall outside the realm of science are part of a culture's religion and are termed creation myths. One more time, anything that falls outside the realm of science are part of a culture's religion and are termed creation myths. We just heard a gentleman who have a problem with the word Homo sapien, because he wants to project an analogy of something, because he wants the out of Africa theory to fall as well, because he always thinks that he's been here. That's why he's in the middle of a debate with people he's adding to his conversation on TikTok, talking about Aboriginal Americans civilized the world. That is a creation myth. This creation myth dawns on people as early as 2015 until present. This creation myth started a few years ago. Now, the most influential fields to have contributed to science of paleoanthropology are geology, biology, and archaeology. Geologists, even those who were not recognized as such as Darwin, are primarily responsible for the realization that 1, the earth is ancient and it formed via natural process. 2, the earth was originally covered with water and life began in the primordial sea. 3, life on earth originated with simple forms, with some descent species becoming more complex over time, as can be seen in the fossil records. 4, species change over and go to extinct in response to environmental change. 5, new species are the result of portions of a population adapting to new or changed environmental conditions. 6, the same forces such as volcanic eruptions that operate today are those that shape the earth and cause changes in the fossil record via extinction and speciation events and layers. And 7, layers and deposits are continually developed or eroding so that organisms are buried in fossils come to light respectively. The idea that the same forces that operate today are those that shape the earth and cause changes in the fossil record is termed uniformitarianism. Charles Lyell coined the term and is heralded as the father of modern geology. He gratefully influenced Darwin and thus contributed to Darwin's synthetic view of evolution or life on Earth. Geologists use various methods to date fossils or fossil-containing sediments and have developed a chronology for the Earth as well as depositional layers in areas where fossils have been discovered. I'm going to stop right there. Boom. We're going to stop right there. We're going to come to an article in 2022, since we're dealing with people that have a problem with humans. So that's why I coined the title, Are Aboriginal Americans What They Are, right? That's what we're dealing with. Are they considered human, modern humans? Now, what makes us human? When did that start? Is it the size of the brain structures in our throat that allow us to make speech, the tiny bones in our ear that capture that speech and relay its sound to our brain? Is it our tool-making thumbs, our upright stance? Other ancient hominids share most of these features in different configurations, but there's one thing that Neanderthals and other cousin species don't have, but we do. This thing right here, a chin, explained by Brian Keelan, a doctoral candidate in Binghamton University's anthropology program. It's actually diagnostic. While Keeling focuses his research on the mandible jawbone, a fellow doctoral candidate, Alex Valise, focuses his on the temporal bone, which contains the structures responsible for hearing. The two paleoanthropologists have more in common than their focus on human origins. They both earned their master's degrees at Binghamton and came to the university specifically to study under Professor Rolf Quam. In 23, Keelan received Fulbright Award to conduct research in Spain. Anthropology is an incredibly broad field with many potential paths for research. Their research, too, has taken them in fascinating directions. Keelan, the native of Illinois, spent several years studying a jawbone, which is historically one of the earliest modern human fossils ever documented in Europe. Originally unearthed in 1887, researchers have considered it a Neanderthal mandible, but had previously lacked modern methods to confirm this. The jawbone turns out to be 45 to 65,000 years old, a prime time for Neanderthals, but may have come from Homo sapiens, a modern human. In fact, it may be one of the earliest modern humans ever documented in Europe. He concluded, there's only one problem. The jawbone lacks a chin, a defining feature of the modern human face. But did all Homo sapien lineages have a well-defined chin? He says, I personally suspect that there was a lineage of our species that once existed without clearly defined chin, but more research needs to be done. Valise's interest in the hearing has taken him in different directions, from difference in the Kashli of modern humans, Neanderthals, and an ancient, possibly proto-Neanderthal hominid species found in Spain, to a phenomenon known as prairie madness found among American settlers of the Great Plains. There are different versions of the myth, but most of them agree that the soundscape of the Great Plains has something to do with it, the New York City native said. During his research, he combined historical records for the episodes of aberrant human behavior on a prairie. He then took the sound recordings from different places in the region and ran through a spectral analysis to see what sound frequencies were most common. The result of the particular project was that the soundscape likely wasn't the deciding factor of the development of, for instance, symptoms of anxiety, depression, violent outbursts that they were associated with settlers at the time, but it was likely an influencing factor. And basically, it was just a constellation of all these different variables coming together to make life really difficult out there, he explained. I'll give you your bits and pieces. Woo-wee. Biological anthropology is a branch of anthropology that focuses on physical evolution of humans and how biology changes have occurred over time. By examining human biology through an evolutionary lens, biological anthropologists classify different periods of human development based on anatomical and behavioral changes. This field integrates various specific disciplines, such as human genetics, paleontology, and anatomy, to enhance understandings and methodology. Key subfields include paleoanthropology, which studies ancient humans, and primatology, which focuses on primate relatives. The origins of biological anthropology can be traced back to the 18th century, evolving significantly with the advent of evolutionary theory, particularly after the publication of Darwin's work. The discipline has advanced to recognize that human biology is not only a product of evolution, but also shaped by environment factors, including lifestyle, diet, socioeconomic status. As a biological anthropologist continue to explore both modern and ancestral human populations, their findings contribute to a broader discussion on human variation, culture, and responses to environmental changes. Overall, the field plays a crucial role in enhancing our understanding of human origins and biological diversity. You're probably asking me, Sean, why in the hell are you bringing these terms such as paleoanthropology and biological anthropology to the forefront? Because this brother has a whole problem with understanding that there are fields with disciplines that concentrate on who we are as a species. So, you said some shit about Leonidas. You tried to come up here and say that the word Homo sapiens was pseudo, and that's not really pseudo, because it's a classification. You need to learn about taxonomy, but more so, you probably was leaning more going through the origins of scientific racism, right? That's what you was leaning on, right? I mean, I get it. I know what you're trying to do, and we don't hide our hands around here. We deal directly with the problem at hand to better understand what it is that we're dealing with. So what's your issue? Leonidas and race. One of the origins of scientific racism can be traced to Leonidas' work on the classification of man, which had devastating and far-reaching consequences for humanity. There's a quicker read you can get right here, but Leonidas' work on the classification of man forms on the 18th century roots of modern scientific racism. This page aims to look at Leonidas' work in detail, both printed and in manuscript, to trace the development of an idea which became fundamental in the history of anthropology and has had devastating and far-reaching consequences for humanity, including the dehumanization of non-Europeans and justifications of evils like slavery and indigenous genocide. The Linnean Society intends to confront the consequences of scientific racism. One of the first steps is to look at Leonidas' writings in order to address the consequences of his views on human diversity through our education, outreach, and research activities. As fundamental as Leonidas' classifications of man has been, fundamental now, surprisingly few studies have looked in depth at the writings of Leonidas to go beyond his main work on the subject. The 10th edition of Systema Naturae, Gunnar Broberg's 1975 book on Leonidas, Homo sapiens, was one such study. But published in Swedish and never translated into English, Staffan Mule-Willie has in the last few years published articles which endeavor to address the role of Leonidas' works played as a foundation of the modern concept of race. This page is particularly indebted to the latter's work. This is his first published classificatoria system of natura in 1735. This is why when he brings up some shit talking about the dude in the video brings up some shit talking about assigning haplogroups and all this old other shit, how the fuck was he gonna do all of that in 1735 when that ain't even been created? So instead of focusing on how scientific racism used his understandings and classifications as a problem to push their agenda, you try to negate the advance of science, recognizing that there was an issue with people trying to use this shit in a certain way for classifications for Europeans in a better light versus everybody else. That's not the conversation that you were having on your build. The brother was having on his build in his TikTok, but it wasn't really the right place or right part of the conversation to interject that when the dude said something about Homo sapiens. You have yet to come up with a classification for what to describe us as upright people, bipedal people, right? We do way more than our cousins throughout history. We're faster. We think more. We're more creative. We advance stone tool makings into technologies that they couldn't even fathom. We're farming at a higher clip, building at a higher clip. We got planes in the skies, boats on the oceans, cruise lines up in everywhere. We're defying the laws of nature every day because of the field of science. But anyway, man as an animal. Leonidas was the first naturalist to include man within the animal kingdom. Is this why you have a problem? Do you feel like you're not a part of the animal kingdom? In 1735, the class into which Leonidas inserted man was called quadrupeds, and the order Anthropomorpha. These names Leonidas would change to mammals and primate later on in his career. The order of Anthropomorpha contained the genre Homo, which means humans, Simia, which means apes, and Bradipus, which means sloths. See it right here. Homo, Simia, Bradipus. The choice to include humans within animals and quadrupeds was not welcomed by everyone. In a letter dated on the 1st of September in 1735, the Dutch naturalist Gronovius told Leonidas that he disagreed with his decision to include humans under quadrupeds. For although man ranks first among the animals, he should in fact be considered to excel all other living beings which were created by God to man's delight and benefit. In another letter, the St. Petersburg naturalist Johann George Gmelin, some 12 years after the first publication of Systema Naturae, Leonidas mentioned the persistent irritation expressed by scholars, yet he challenged Gmelin and the rest of the world to name a generic difference between man and ape based on principles of natural history. So to all the creationists and things of the light, what up, Ramon? Who else in there? Teddy was good. I can't see the other one. Who was that saying? Oh yeah, peace. I think that's Infinite Minds. Can't see everything because I was looking at my phone. But anyway, those are significant. So having placed humans with the animal kingdom, Leonidas distinguished them from other animals in the same order of the anthropomorpha by the ability to know thyself. Gnosticism. Yeah. Y'all kick all of that know thyself shit. You don't even know that shit was coming from them Europeans. This would lead Leonidas to attribute specific epithet sapiens to the genus Homo when he began to use binomial nomenclature in the 1750s. Binomial. Yeah, it's a Wujaru word right here. Wujaru used to school everybody using nomenclature. He then proceeded to classify humans further, as he did with other organisms. Systema Naturae was edited 12 times in Leonidas' life. As each edition was amended, corrected, and argumented, Systema Naturae grew in scope and content. For the first 9 editions, Leonidas' classification of man remained stable, with the human species divided into 4 types, or varieties, as he called them in Latin. Europaeus albus, European, white. Americanus, ruspicines, American red, wow, the red man, the white man. Asiaticus, fuscus, Asian tawny. Look who he calling tawny, 1735, y'all, the Asians. Africanus, Niger, or nigger, or Niger, and that's African black. This is why they call that shit pseudo because he's using color. The word, that part of it, the word race being a social construct, aka blah blah blah. The word that Leonidas uses to denote the taxon below the species is varieties of man, homo variant, literally man varies. That's all he was saying. Man varies. As far as is known, Leonidas never used the word race. You see what I'm saying? Now you have an understanding of what the whole issue is. He never used the word race. In reference to humans or any other organisms, the term variety is significant, while subspecies would distinguish staples, types, varieties do not. In a botanical tract entitled Critica Botanica, 1737, Leonidas further expressed views about the human species as its variants, which for him were not stable and varied according to climate and environment. I'm not going to read that right there. You can see it. You can pause the video. Leonidas' divisions into four varieties of man corresponded to the then known four continents of the world. Y'all remember this? All of this is predicated on old shit. Europe, America, Asia, Africa. The four corners of the world. The division according to four corners of the world is one that came back in varieties of ways in Leonidas' writings on plants and commodities. Coffee, tea, beer, chocolate also represented the four continents. Four continents, for instance. This emphasis on geography has been stressed by recent scholars. Mueller-Will has argued that Leonidas did not represent human races as distinct types. In fact, Leonidas shared contemporary views that skin color, the chief criterion of a distinction employed by the Systema Naturae, was largely a product of climate. You want to hear him say that again? The man said that skin color has something to do with where you were on the planet. It had everything to do, largely a byproduct or a product of climate, and hence as variable as other accidental bodily characteristics of humans, such as stature or weight. Similarly, Ezra Tower writes, if we are carefully to situate Linnean thought in the context of the 18th century theories of difference, we immediately recognize that Leonidas' four primary taxonomy categories are not functions of biology or morphology, but rather geography. He got other classifications, but I'm going to stop right here because this one, well, let me say it. In the 1750s, Leonidas started revising his classifications of humans to add physical and moral attributes to geography and skin color. Further analysis of Leonidas' work, both printed and manuscripted, including the correspondence, should be undertaken to understand why he took a step of deepening the classification of humans in ways which would have such unfortunate long-lasting consequences. For instance, in a manuscript drafted entitled Anthropomorpha, dating between 1748 and 58, contains numerous reworks pages of possibly lecture notes that go beyond simply slating the locality and skin color. The amendments and crossing outs indicate that this was a work in progress. The manuscript also includes extracts of other works that Leonidas was reading on the subject and which may have influenced some of his classifications, such as Pierre-Louis Matopius, but also older works such as Pliny. That's where I'm going to stop right there for that. So this whole fluff in the video about the what they call that dude on TikTok, Son something, whatever his name is, he fluffed himself into sounding uberly intelligent, but he's ignorant. And this is why. How scientific taxonomy constructed the myth of race. Botanist Leonidas' classification system has been adopted around the globe, but have we adequately reckoned with how his ideas about humans laid the groundwork for scientific racism? It is not his fault. It's like them using Darwin. He presented some shit, and then other motherfuckers ran with it, and then they start being pseudo with that shit, so it fall right back in his lap. Right? They do it to Darwin all the time. You know what I'm saying? Especially the elbows. What's going on, LaDosha? Hold on. I can't see who's saying what's up. I'm just looking at y'all icons. What up, Trey? Ramon? You know what I'm saying? Peace, peace. Trap or die. You know what I'm saying? Young Jeezy. As a graduate assistant in biological anthropology at the University of Buffalo, I asked with curating the primate skeleton collection. The collection of skeletons taken from the cadaver's studied during a primate anatomy class and had been neglected for years. Most of the specimens had lost their labels, so when I began recataloging the collection in 2016, I ran into trouble. I knew that the skeletons were from 3 different species of Macacus, if I say the name right, but I didn't know how to tell them apart. Given that most research tends to focus on skeleton variation at a higher taxonomy rank, like the genus or family, I wondered if one species had an anatomical feature that others did not, which had been overlooked by previous scientists. This project ended up becoming a topic of dissertation, and I started reading everything I could about the Marquis skeletons, taxonomy, and evolution. I also found myself gravitating toward books and papers on the history of taxonomy as a science. The field of taxonomy, historically, is dominated by one man. And that little high yellow mixed dude got a problem with him. His name is Carl Leonidas, often called the father of taxonomy. Leonidas invented the binomial nomenclature, the formal system used to classify the natural world. The creation of this system, which is still used today, has made him one of the most influential people in history. Children often learn of Lenin taxonomy in school and grow up thinking that this ordering system is objective and neutral. But here you go. In my research on the history of taxonomy, it became apparent that while Leonidas did play a crucial role in creating a formalized system to classify the natural world, this system left damaging effects. Aside from what historians today see as his Eurocentrism and sexism, he promoted deeply misguided theories regarding human variation. These views effectively lay the groundwork. See how he ain't responsible, but some kind of way responsible. The views effectively laid the groundwork for scientific racism, the pseudoscientific idea that racism can be justified with empirical evidence. These completely faulty ideas continue to shape how some people think about race today as a biological fact rather than a social construct. Where did these ideas come from, and how did they become so central to science? You see how opening that can of worms when in that video, the guy that's on the panel arguing with the host is simply says something about Homo sapiens, and then the host goes on a whole nother tangent about 2 people in particular, which we'll get to in just a second, the other person, because we're dealing with one right now. But how he took that and ran everywhere else with it when it had no merit or nothing to do with the topic of the conversation. Right. Hold on. Yep, you still hear me. All right, my bad. For plants than what existed at the time. He was inspired by Aristotle's work theorizing in the hierarchical ladder, where all matter and living organisms were arranged on the continuum based on the advancement, with humans at the top, followed by the other mammals, vertebrates, invertebrates, insects, plants, rocks, and minerals. Medieval Christians added spiritual beings to the ladder, placing God at the top, followed by angels, humans, and so on. This framework supported a popular European view of nature that separated humans from animals. Leonidas, too, followed this logic in this classification scheme, deciding that most of the natural scientific order was hierarchical one, where organisms were ranked according to their intelligence as he thought God intended. In 1735, the first edition of Leonidas' Systema Naturae was published. The text presented a working classification of the matter of living organisms, including humans. Leonidas, following Aristotle's idea that man is animal, created the class of anthropomorpha, which he subdivided into three genera: human, simia, and bradipus. Now, this part of Leonidas' framework ended up being rather controversial. The idea that humans, apes, and sloths all belong to the same order went against church teaching. The Pope forbid the use of his books, and Leonidas was widely criticized. His peers mocked him for imagining himself a second Adam, in reference to the biblical Adam, who was said to have named animals in the Garden of Eden. Although many mocked him, some of his peers and students still considered him the foremost expert on botanical classifications during his lifetime. However, shortly after his death in 1778, remember, the question was asked why Stern used Leonidas and then why they didn't come up with the haplogroup shit. Now, are y'all starting to see how all this shit is being muddied? I'm going to play it again because what I'm reading to you now should clearly separate the conversation that was had prior. If you're listening to everything I'm saying, it's crazy work. All right. In the first edition, Leonidas coined the term homo, divided humans into four varieties. That's where you get the four corners of the world shit. Homo sapiens are italicized. None of Leonidas' original classifications of humans are considered valid species. Names today, they are not italicized here. Hold on one second. All right. So the echo should be gone. Yeah, that's his name, Earth Speaks. You know I don't know his name, bro. I don't know his name. So I could just be coming up with stuff. But yeah, that's the guy. Anyway, hold on one second. Un momento, por favor. Man. I gotta fix something real quick. Man, hit that like button, man. You notice how them people don't never show up, bro? They be having the most to say, but they don't never show up. And they got the link, man. The boys got it already. I made sure they got it. All right, so the fact that there were four human varieties reflect the tendency within European natural philosophy to the to divide the world into four sets, the four rivers of the Garden of Eden, the four known continents, the four universal elements: earth, air, fire, water, and the four humors: blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm, that govern human health. Leonidas saw a connection. Their geography, influence, climate, and together climate in the humans provided an observable characteristic in humans. So here you go. You got skin color. Thus, in the 10th edition of Systema Naturae, Leonidas formally made his connection, saying that the people from Europe were governed by the humor with phlegm, so they had whitish skin, while people from the Americas were governed by the humor blood and had reddish skin. So all y'all fools thinking that y'all this or that, that or this, right? He said these people that y'all talking about y'all are, these people was the reddish people. This is consistent with other historical perspectives on who these people was in the Americas. So how these people red, and then you trying to make them, you trying to say now that they black? That ain't making no sense, bruh. You gotta come on with that. Come on. We need the truth. Y'all making up ish. Them boys making it up, ain't they? Them boys making it up. All right. So it's a little bit about Leonidas. It's a lot more, but I'm just trying to build a case because I really want to play this video back, but I gotta lay the groundwork for everything else that's going on. So modern humans, Homo sapiens, when, where, and how did we evolve? Our species, Homo sapiens, is the only human alive today. But some kind of way, the Earth Speaks dude has a problem with the word right here. You got a problem with the word. I don't get it. I got a problem with the word. I mean, well, I do kind of get it because I used to have a whole problem with people saying God. It was like one of the craziest things. But anyway, how old are Homo sapiens? Who are the first Homo humans? It's only natural to want to know where our species come from. I'm gonna skip ahead. So these are facts right here, ladies and gentlemen, that we're gonna deal with. We don't play no games, right? We ain't trying to dress it up and look cute. We're trying to get to the real deal spill on what's what out here in these fields. Homo sapien facts from at least 300,000 years ago to present, but likely to be even older. Emerged in Africa, but is now found all over the world. Rounded and high brain cast, small face and upright stance. Brain size is 1,330 cm. You got about 1.4 to 1.8 inch with females generally shorter than males. Weight 55 to 90 kg with females generally lighter than males in most cases. Omnivorous, eating a wide range of meats, plants, and other foods. Species named in 1758, name meaning wise man. You got a whole problem, right? A whole problem with the name wise man, which is crazy. Crazy. Anyway, hold up. There we go. So, what are Homo sapiens? All humans alive today are Homo sapiens. Let Earth speak have a problem with that. You, your family, your friends, everyone you'll ever meet is a member of this species. Our species was named after Buddy, Swedish naturalist. He chose the scientific name Homo sapiens, which means wise man in Latin. So what the hell is Earth Speaks? If he got a problem with this motherfucking name, what the hell is he? Now y'all see why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking. Because it's crazy, right? Too crazy. Too crazy, bro. So, if he got a problem with the word Homo sapiens and called naming motherfuckers Homo sapiens, simply meaning wise man, then what the fuck is he? What is he? He got a problem with that word. What is he? Hold on 1 second, y'all. All right, there we go. So let me play the video again before I go any further. I want to stop right there because if I go any further, the point will be lost, and I gave a lot of information. So hold on 1 moment. What's up, D1? Thurman? What up, Vyasa? Let's go back to dude talking, bro. Let's hit this fool again.
Yeah, I like it.
You got a better chance saying you come back to me than a Swedish biologist, dude. But by the way, now, wait a second, because we're not done. We're not done. You're the one who brought up Homo sapien. Now you're starting to be like, wait a minute, I don't.
Oh, no, I did.
Right.
Yeah, I acknowledge it.
Now, hold on. Now, the dude William Stern designated the dude Carl Leanus as the leptotype specimen, which is complete pseudo.
See how he confused all of that? This is why I'm playing it back right now. We just went through what Leonidas actually did do. All he did was create a classification. He didn't do anything outside of that, but this dude will have you thinking that the man did something that he didn't do.
And you come back to me, then a Swedish biologist, dude. But by the way, now,
when we just went through Leonidas's, right? When we went through Leonidas, we didn't come up with any of this. So I don't know where he getting that from. We don't know where he getting it from. Where is he getting it from? Like, who's coming up with these names and stuff? Where's he getting that from? He's just tripping. He just made up this whole argument, bro. And nobody understand why he made up this whole argument. Makes no sense. Just listen to him. I gotta let that digest, bro. You gotta see it just go crazy. Go crazy one time.
Yeah, I like it.
You got a better chance saying you come back to me than a Swedish biologist, dude. But by the way, now, wait a second, because we're not done. We're not done. You're the one who brought Homo sapien. Now you're starting to be like, wait a minute, I don't care.
Oh no,
the dude William Stern designated the dude Carl Leonis as the leptotype specimen, which is complete pseudoscience.
The dude, listen to what he says real quick, because that's what we finna talk about.
Carl Leonis as the leptotype specimen. Dude William Stern designated the dude Carl Leonis as the leptotype specimen, which is complete pseudoscience. At its core, is the definition is what he did. But when William
at his core tried to make it a pseudoscience. What's up?
What's up? What's up, Sean? How you doing, brother?
Oh shit, it's Kenny.
Oh man, you know that's Earth Speaks, bro. He just says anything. This dude is a grifter, man. This dude used to trash white people, even though his mom's white, his wife is white, right?
Yeah, I know.
He's through the whole fraud, bro. And he makes claims about 50-foot giants, portals, all kind of shit. Atlantis, saying that America was the first civilization, or America was the first civilization where all humans come from, because they have more water than Africa. Just claims like that, just stupid shit, right? These are the type of claims this dude makes on a regular basis, but he gets away with this stuff because a lot of people are ill-informed. But I mean, some people are woken up to us calm, but there's still people out here who eat this shit up, though. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, like I'm seeing that. Like, bro, like, what is your problem? Like, you just saying a bunch of shit that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Man, you just tripping.
That's the whole point. The point is, you know what it is. He just throw a bunch of shit out there, you know, and said, you know, just gallop, just try to spew a bunch of nonsense out there at the same time. You spew and mix in some scientific or big words and to try to make it sound more sophisticated to people who don't know better. And that's the whole point of this. And it works.
That's exactly what it is, because when it comes down to it, basically what he did here was he tried to flip the script. And because he knew the dude he was talking to wasn't even he just couldn't be fair, just say Leonidas created the, you know what I mean? He just basically created a definition and determined what was what. Like, what was so hard about that? And then now, if you find fault in his definition, then you got to go out and find me a scientist or an anthropologist in these fields that does a better job than that.
He said he's the anthropologist, bro. He said he is.
No, the fuck he ain't.
That's what he says. He makes his claim.
Bro.
I know he's not. I'm saying he makes his claim on TikTok. I ain't been on TikTok in a minute, but yeah, he's made that claim. And when in the past, now he used to allow you to go up there. Now you try to go up there. If he thinks that you can challenge him, he'll bring you up. And if you sound like you can challenge him, he'll kick you down, and then he'll trash talk you and say, "Look, he doesn't want to come up. Why won't you come up? I've been trying to get you to come up while blocking you in the channel or blocking you for the entire stream." Look at this guy ran it.
Yes, and then y'all want me to sit here and join that shit.
I quit it, bro. I quit that shit. But I tried to go up there, oh man, like 3-4 months ago on this panel, and he literally did that shit to me, time me out for the entire live stream. And then meantime said, why won't he come up? Look at him. I told you, I try to tell you that the Pan-Africans, that they don't know anything. I told you, they don't want this. They don't have any information. They don't want to challenge. See, when I want the leaders, I want all the teachers. Like, oh, you try to mimic the shit that we say to y'all, right? So I said, man, I tried to come up and challenge you. You blocked me immediately. As soon as it sounded like I was ready to push back our information, I had sources. You said, can't let you get that off. I'm gonna go ahead and block you. So now he do the same thing to you, Sean, immediately. He probably knows who you are. I'm certain he does.
I don't know, man. He might not.
He might know. He might know you though, because he has a YouTube page too. I mean, he's been on it. He comes on every blue moon.
Well, yeah, I know he had a conversation with Port, and then they kind of went kind of crazy. But when he bring up haplotypes and talking about why this dude didn't do anything, he clearly doesn't know what he's talking about, because you don't have haplogroups yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of that is way beyond the conversation or the realm of the spectrum. But I'm looking for this source. I think I done effed it up and deleted it.
Don't get him started on haplogroups. He said that haplogroups sometimes can be a sign, but he also said that the oldest bone found were black people. That we were the oldest people, the oldest haplogroups found over here. He even brought up the fact that he brought up A00. Yeah, that's it. I'm a fairy, bro. I said, out of Cameroon, bro. Really? You still trying to go there? He said, yeah, they're trying to assign it to Cameroon. That's what they try to do. They try to assign us to Africa. But reality is the slave trade happened in reverse, and those Africans are...
it happened in reverse.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't join TikTok. There's too much.
Yeah,
where did he get this idea?
Well, he stole that shit from Dan Calloway.
crazy, bro.
Yeah, that nigga be over there saying all kind of crazy shit. Especially he had a whole live about 50-foot giants teleporting and shit. I'm like, come on, man. I said, how the fuck would somebody be able to hide some shit like that? Bones of a 50-foot motherfucker? How could they hide some shit like that? That's some shit that would definitely come out. Like if somebody found 50-foot bones, first thing, how even feasible? There wouldn't even be like a feasible life to live to be fucking 50-foot tall anyway, as a human. You try to pillage all your food and shit.
Yeah, but I mean, you kind of echoing. This
Am I
dude
echoing?
don't study, bro. Yeah, he's study. Yeah. So we can just use this basic ass AI. I'm gonna try to pull this shit up that I was looking up earlier. Remember, he's talking about Stern. So this is his problem. We're just gonna use AI just real briefly. Because we all trying to understand what this dude actually is trying to mean by the shit he did. None of us know what he meant. You still there, Kelly? I just think you might have
Yeah,
a
I'm still here.
headset or some shit.
I'm still here. I'm
Okay.
still here.
All right, so you can see the screen?
Yeah, I see the screen. You talking about the British botanist, or botanist. Sorry about that. British botanist William T. Stern, 1911 to 2001, was the 20th century's foremost authority on Swedish naturalist Carl Linnaeus of 1707.
Now remember, he brought up
1778.
Sweden, he brought up naturalists, he brought up Linnaeus. So this is what we're talking about. So now everybody should be on the same page of what this dude was attempting to try to do in his conversation, but he don't understand the subject matter, right? Because he ain't speaking the truth. So Stern celebrated scholarship for Leonardo's foundational taxonomic rules and historical records, and he notably designated the naturalist as a lectotype, official type specimen for Homo sapiens. Then he tried to cast doubt and make it seem like he was doing something. Now, I just wanted to bring it to the forefront because when he said this part of his conversation with that dude, I knew that he was Googling some shit. He Googled this. This is exactly where he got this from. Oh, you brought up Homo sapiens. So you talking about William Stern classified as blah, 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 but why he didn't even designate a haplogroup or a haplotype for the Homo sapien? He said that he was reading on what he was talking about. The whole time, y'all. I'm going to stop the video. I'm going to go back. And he was reading this shit, trying to cast doubt. And wasn't even fucking saying nothing. Y'all heard that? Y'all heard them big words? Lectotype and all that shit. Y'all thought he was on something. No, he wasn't on nothing. He was making up stuff. Listen to him again.
Not gonna finish reading it. You know you weren't gonna finish reading.
Here we go.
The whole AR. If you're gonna use AI, then click that wiki article and read that in context. But you're not gonna do that, of course, because all they have is doubt. They can't use actual sources because the sources don't agree with them. Even when they pull some of these outdated sources, that most of those outdated sources don't even agree with them.
All right, so here you go.
T. Stern, by the way, the dude who created the IQ formula.
Yeah, I like it.
You got a better chance saying you come back to me than a Swedish biologist, dude. But by the way, now, wait a second, because we're not done. We're not done. You're the one who brought up Homo sapien. Now you're starting to be like, wait a minute, I don't care about this.
Oh, no, I did.
Right.
Yeah, I acknowledge it.
Now, hold on. Now, the dude William Stern designated the dude Carl Leanis as the leptotype specimen, which is complete pseudoscience at its core. Is the definition is what he did. But when William T. Stern, by the way, the dude who created the IQ formula, he's the one's going to tell you if you're intelligent or not, who's making up who did the biggest scientific pseudo-scientific movement that has ever been done, is going to tell you if you're intelligent or not. Now, he designated Carl Leanis as the leptotype specimen for Homo sapien, but he never tested his remains. Is that proper science? Is he allowed to designate something as the leptotype specimen for Homo sapien without testing his remains?
That's pretty popular logic. You're right.
That's improper.
No, I said you're right. I said
my logic is proper. Theirs ain't.
Yeah.
Theirs is full of horse shit.
You
Theirs is full of horse shit. Is what he did. But when William T. Stern, by the way, the dude who created the IQ formula, he's the one's going to tell you if you're intelligent or not. Who's making up who did the biggest scientific pseudo-scientific movement that has ever been done, is going to tell you if you're intelligent or not. Now, he designated Carl Leanis as the leptotype specimen for Homo sapien.
How is it?
But he never tested his remains.
How
is
is your
that proper science? Is he
logic better?
Allowed to designate something as
and you ain't formulated nothing. You're not
Homo
even
sapien without testing his remains?
That's pretty popular logic. You're right.
That's improper.
No, I said you're right. I said
my logic is proper. Theirs ain't. Theirs is full of horse shit. Theirs is full of horse shit. Literally. So since you didn't test Carl Leanis, how unreliable these people are. So since he didn't collect the true type specimen before designating Carl Leanis as the leptotype specimen for Homo sapien, what is the haplogroup for the leptotype specimen? Can you tell me that?
No, I cannot.
You couldn't tell me that because he didn't test his remains. So they do not have a haplogroup for their leptotype specimen for Homo sapien. Now I gotta ask you the biggest question of them all. How did they find a match for their leptotype specimen in Africa, sir? Is it possible?
No.
Have a good day.
Why would he?
Yeah, this dude is a little slick move, motherfucker, right there. Yeah, he just babbled a bunch of bullshit the entire time.
See what I mean? He clearly confused the whole shit. He's trying to say why Stern didn't do this. Why? What? You see? Do that. Go on. All right, hold on 1 second. But yeah, it goes back to it. This is why I was telling y'all he wasn't saying nothing. Stern and Leonidas' relationship is highly intertwined through their foundational contributions to biological nomenclature and history. The biography, Stern assisted and wrote appendices to Life of Leonidas, exploring Leonidas nomenclature. No, that's it. What are we talking about? Then it goes on, the Homo sapiens lectotype. Here you go. 1959, Stern designated Leonidas himself as the official nomenclatural type of the human species under the International Code. You can find out exactly what that means, and it don't mean shit that this dude was saying to us at all. At all. All right, so we can go deeper on that, but it really doesn't even matter because we understand what the contributions were. Stern is a botanist. We understand that. We get all of that. Scientific that it is them being in the Americas first. Where did he get this notion of that?
Well, that's the crazy part, right? He's a botanist, but he basically tried to put a jacket on him. He said, why can he deal with haplogroups? Because he's a botanist. It's not the same thing as just geneticist. That's crazy work. They try to put that on him. Different type of science, different form of science, different branch of science.
But we don't even have haplogroups until
not that time period. Yeah, right.
These dudes are dead, long and gone before we understand haplogroups.
Facts. That's the ideal of science is to once again continue work after continue someone else's work. So a scientist can take work so far, then the next generation takes a little bit further. The next generation takes a little bit further. But the fact that this dude is over here trying to like, well, how come they weren't doing all what haplogroups? It's like, but if you don't know that haplogroups wasn't around at that time, especially going back to, was it the year that he was born? I think he said the botanist. What year did he say he died? That he was born again?
I don't remember.
Yeah. But yeah, to try to put that jacket on him is crazy. It's crazy work. Even if he was born during this time period, which he wasn't, right? I'm talking about. Let's say he was born in like 1960 or something like that, or 1970, whatever it is. He's still in a completely different scientific field. So they just like, okay, let's do with a naturalist. He's a scientist. Just to them, a scientist is a scientist. It doesn't matter. They don't do different things. They don't work in different fields. They don't study or research different fields or doing different fields of work. They just see scientists. You should know everything. That's not how this shit works. And because of the people in this audience, they go, oh, he's a naturalist, which is a scientist. Okay, then he should know everything. And the fact that he didn't do what Earth Speaks is saying he should have done, then that's proof that we are indigenous to the Americas. Somehow that's how they try to tie it back to some shit.
Yeah, so let's look up who established or created haplogroups. Just search it, bro. And then you gotta ask yourself, after you find out who created haplogroups or when this became a thing, I'm telling y'all, it's in the 20th century. Then you'll go from there. You'll ask him why Stern or Leonidas didn't do what he's saying he was supposed to do on that whole shit. Midwest said, dude is a crackhead. I agree. He looked like he smoked dope. He looked like one of them dudes. Just being for
Man,
real.
if you ever see his mama, bro, this dude trashes white people.
Have no groups.
No, go ahead, pull it up.
Yeah, we know him. Habitos were not intentionally created by a single person. They are naturally occurring genetic lineages shaped by thousands of years of human migration, mutation, and isolation. However, the scientific naming and classification systems were developed by geneticists and research consortia in the late 20th century.
Specifically the 1990s.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Mitochondria, the universal accepted, pioneered in the 90s. And here go the people right there. Here you go. I got a whole article. I had it up here, but I think I X'd out of it on Torino because I was going to show everybody that this shit comes out in the 90s. That's why I kept saying what I was saying about the 90s. Like it made absolutely no sense to deal with people on this level, and they can't even get their shit straight. Can't. I don't care what you got going on. You're not going to be able to get your shit straight. Not on this topic. So while he's sitting there saying something about why dude didn't test and come up with the haplogroups that dislike, assign this, that, and the third, and how could he label it, assign it to Africa, it's just horse shit.
Yeah, he didn't have anything to offer. Yeah, but that's all Apples can do is deny, right? Or they have to try to disprove, which is why they continue to use the title Siberia, right? They agree that Native Americans migrated from Siberia, but right, they don't agree. They don't believe that we came from West Central Africa recently, which doesn't make any sense. So you're going to use go ahead.
But if the Native Americans, if they believe that the Native Americans migrated from Siberia, right, then now you would have to supersede them. So how could you supersede them? One of the ways that you have to supersede them is showing that there's early humans here before they even got here. And where's the evidence for that? They don't have it.
Not at all, but all they have is they said we can just disprove that Native Americans are the indigenous people here. So they'll say that they're from Siberia, right? I said, okay, that's cool. So you're going to use genetic science, right, to prove that Native Americans are from Siberia. Well, okay, let's use that same science to determine where Black Americans are from. And they're like,
nah, they ain't gonna do that. That's when the science wrong. That's when they're making up. So they write about the origins of the Siberians, but they wrong about goddamn us. We've been here. So if we've been here, then why the hell we just let these motherfuckers come in here and just take shit? All the natural resources, all the places where things could be developed. We share no culture with these motherfuckers or nothing, no language, nothing.
Oh man, they've been on TikTok bad. They were saying what happened is that the what you would call it, the re-education schools, what they call them, the schools for Native Americans, right? They said they use those schools in order to educate them, to teach them how to speak the languages that the white people stole from us. But once again, we also enslaved white people somehow. So the people that we enslaved, that we brought over from, some of them say we brought them over from Africa, right? The Europeans, or to become white people, right? Somehow they tricked us into getting power, and then they took these people from Siberia and gave them all of our indigenous languages, cultures, customs, food, and all that. And I said, y'all, you know how stupid this shit sounds? So you're trying to say that those schools that were in Canada and all across the country, where actually they beat Native Americans for trying to speak their indigenous languages and tried to force them to assimilate to European standards. You're saying that those schools were used in order to educate them on the languages that we spoke. But somehow, some way, we forgot all that shit in our own land. You can't make this shit up. How did they make us forget everything in our own land? I asked them this question, and no one ever has a good answer, right?
You can't lose it. You can't lose the shit that's in your own land. Period. You can't lose it.
I've been asking them this question for years, and they never give me a good answer. I said, how come we have people that wrote and spoke for themselves and created all these organizations, the schools, the churches, and they named them African? I said, because they said, well, they were taught that. I said, who was taught that? I said, can you name the people who taught them that then? And name the people who actually wrote and spoke for themselves. You should know, because obviously you know the people who taught them, so you should know everything else. Tell me about it. I need to hear this story. As a matter of fact, can you give me a source? And then they don't have anything else to say, except we were already here. I said, "You're gonna prove? Can you prove that?" And then once you beat them down, then they turn around and say, "Well, we're indigenous to the planet." I said, you can't just state that. You can't just blurt that out there. You have to have evidence for that, right? If we're indigenous to the planet, you have to prove. You have to have some type of genetics, some form of archaeology, some type of cultural retention. You have to prove that we are indigenous to the planet. You have to prove that. Where's the evidence for it?
You can't use the word evidence because they don't know what it is. They don't know what evidence is, bro.
It's like when I bring up, I said we have cultural retention from West and Central Africa. And they're like, no, we don't. I said we literally do. We literally have maintained some words that have been added to the English lexicon, right? We also have the foods. We have watermelon, we have black-eyed peas, we have okra. Like we have these things that we were the way our women wear their headdresses that you see throughout the Americas, right? You see that with black people, you see the head wraps, the African head wraps, the way our women wrap our hair. That's cultural retention, right? The way that we practice Christianity, they Africanized it. I said, I don't understand. Like this is not very difficult. But you guys are trying to hijack these people's heritage and culture, and some of you are trying to claim to be Blackfoot. But like, how can you be Blackfoot and be from Mississippi or be from Louisiana? You from Texas? I said, so you have family? I had one of them telling me, "Oh yeah, I have family that live up in Canada and Montana." I said, "Nigga, you a liar. I don't believe you." They got some big time liars on TikTok, man. Some of these people over here. They over there with the feathers all over TikTok, right? People with the profiles with the feathers over there claiming all these different tribes and shit. I said, you speak the language? Shit, oh yeah, I speak it. Okay, look, get up and speak it. I don't have to speak anything in front of you. I said, I know. You don't have any proof of anything. You're a fraud. I said, I don't want to show you. Can we look at your family tree? I want to see what your family tree looks like. You said you have your family tree. This motherfucker told me that his family tree go back to the year 600 CE.
Mm-hmm.
I said, who the fuck has a family tree that go back that far? But nobody has some shit like that. But this is not a thing. He said we kept our records. What records? What records would you? Go ahead, Sean.
Records is more made up shit.
Yeah, these people are something else, man. I said some of them was willing to lie. You know, guess who was on TikTok before I left? Guess who was on TikTok getting on everybody's nerves? Two people. Ling Ling and Locust. Ling Ling and Lotus. Lotus over there talking about how, he talking about the Royal Society again. Over there talking about how black people are indigenous to Pasadena, and we already had rice in the Americas and shit like that. That dude is something else, man. And Ling Ling over there, he challenging everybody and just screaming at everybody and shit. He's crazy over there than he was over here.
Ling Ling?
Yeah, man, that dude is annoying as fuck.
Hold on. Hold on. Before you say it, hold on, I gotta pull this up. We talking about this Ling Ling, right?
I'm not trying to turn him against his own people. I invited him to my community, to meet my community, to meet my people. I'm not trying to divide him. You guys are trying.
Man, I did what you fucking asked me to, and all I ask in return is fucking respect on both sides. Is all.
And you do. You have that respect. You have that respect, Tyrone, coming from our side. You have that already, and a lot of people have been saying it, so you shouldn't be too emotional about it. That's your side. That's the people that we can.
Yeah, him. I was just getting ready to tell you. You already brought it up. So basically, he got invited to go join some type of event with some racist ass Native Americans, some Native Americans who are anti-black as fuck, right? Hate black people, man, for real. Call us the N-word all on a regular basis. I mean, N-word with the hard R. Don't like black people at all. He joined them, and he sits on their panels while they're calling black people the N-word regularly, and he sides with them, even though they're anti-black people, right? They're anti-black as fuck, and he doesn't care as long as he feels like he's been adopted, and he brags about being adopted by that tribe, all the time. Before dude is pathetic, bro. Absolutely fucking pathetic.
He adopted by that tribe that he on that clan.
And that's what he said.
What you fucking asked me to
do, man? Dude is fucking lame, bro. He is horrible. Oh man. No, you know what I told him? I said, not a coincidence to Shine ran your ass off YouTube. I was talking about to Lotus, right? He said, I already beat them down. I said, nigga, he never beat up shit.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, this nigga over there bragging. He said that you were not to see ducks him many times. I said, when? I said that never happened, nigga. Remember, I was there.
Yeah, you be making up shit.
Like, oh my god. Yeah, Lotus, he called himself American Lotus over there. I still call him Locust. I had everybody over calling this nigga Locust.
No, EIE. Shabaga was good. Scientists have just like MDs, those people study certain areas. Correct, Carmen. They don't understand science, what science is and what science does. They don't think science is a tool. They think that it's a bunch of shit some motherfuckers just made up. They don't know that science deals with our natural world. So we run into issues with communicating with them about certain shit because they don't know no better.
Oh, by the way, Lotus, he brought up a book. He brought up, what was that book he brought up? Yeah, I wish I still had it. He brought up this book, right? The book was fucking outdated from 1984. Matter of fact, OHF went to go get the primary source. The primary source said that it was a picture that he was trying to use because this nigga don't want to actually read the book, right? The picture, when they went and got the primary source of the picture was referring to an African man, and it even had elephant tusks in the goddamn drawing. And he was trying to say that this was an indigenous man, a black man in Brazil. Get the fuck out of here, bro. That picture, the guy who painted the picture told you that was a depiction of an African in Africa. That's it.
They don't read the description. You remember how many times we didn't call these dudes, man, not knowing how to read the fucking description of a book, bro? I mean the image.
Yep, that's Lotus.
Like, let's be real.
He got mad, bro. He got mad. He said, "You guys are trying to change this and change what the picture says." I said, that book that you got is pseudo, bro, and that shit is from 1984. I said, this the primary right here. The guy who painted the motherfucker is telling you what it is. His word counts against this other dude who's misusing the fucking picture, bro. And he like, no, you're wrong. He was screaming and getting upset. That motherfucker crashed out, bro, over this goofy ass book that he had. I said, man, I'm sorry, but that primary right there destroys that stupid ass book you got. That book don't mean shit. You trying to use that picture to try to prove a point, to try to make the claim that black people were already here. But the guy who painted the fucking picture disagreed. Because he the one that drew it. He the one that fucking painted the picture. He's the one that came up with the goddamn portrait. So how you can't, I said, he's the fucking primary, dude.
Yeah,
Just like, that shit crazy, bro. And he's still running around with that book, even though he's been debunked over and over and over, still running around claiming that picture is proof that black people were in Brazil. Like, I know this is not true. I said, let's just say that he was right and that picture was Brazil. I said, that still don't prove that your ass was that, because why don't you talk about the fact that you say that you from Pasadena and you have roots from Michigan and you do have roots from the South as well. I want you to prove your indigenous roots. The nigga was running around telling everybody he's indigenous to Pasadena and Michigan. Like, nigga, shut up. So, like, nigga, stop lying, bro. Like, shut the fuck up.
That boy indigenous to DoorDash.
Yeah, he was DoorDashing too.
Yeah, he was indigenous to DoorDash.
I said, man, I just said, what's that up, man? Don't be late with your orders, bro. Why you over there lying about this shit? He said, what you don't understand is the Royal Society, they were the ones that set the rules for reclassifying everything. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. These niggas retarded, bro. Lotus, Ling Ling, and that other motherfucker too. It's that dark nigga. You know what I'm talking about? The one from Oklahoma, Vino.
Oh, Vino. Yeah, Vino. Yeah, that boy there, he know. Vino admitted that he African.
Did he? Oh shit.
African, dude.
Well, we know he African, but I didn't know he admitted it though. Yeah, I did not know he admitted it.
Yeah, African.
Yeah, I don't know why. But nigga look West African. I don't even know why he ever fought against it.
Nah, he definitely. You know what I'm saying? He's saying his people, Abraham.
He loved Negro Abraham.
And Negro Abraham, his shit.
Oh man.
College, Sean P. College, and my peoples, Negro Abraham. We are the Black Seminoles. I don't know nothing about the motherfucking African component. Well, my great granddad did a DNA test, and they said that he was Somali.
Oh shit!
Oh, dog.
Oh, guess who? Guess who? I also saw on TikTok too that we hadn't seen in a long time. Remember that Moore? That was I think that Moore was from Chicago, and then he had that girlfriend. I think she was from Tennessee. Her crazy ass. She used to crash out all the time. You know what I'm talking about?
PNF.
Yeah, PNF. Not, but that chick he was fucking with.
Yeah. I forget her name, though.
Yeah, I forgot her name too. Yeah, she on there. I just forgot her name, but she on there too. She's still over there claiming to be a Moor. She changed her name to El Bay now.
Yeah, she was an El Bay. Yeah,
and she said, you understand that Morocco was here?
She was on that type of time when she was with P&L.
Yep.
I just can't think of her name though.
Kiara, there you go.
Yeah,
Kiara. Yeah, her goofy ass on there.
Yeah, old dog be knowing all that shit. Yeah, Kiara, that's a pseudo ass.
Yeah, she over there talking about the Moabites and she bringing up the Washita tribe. She brought up the Washita tribe.
Like it. Her ass was super over there talking about she was original to America. How? Who the fuck super black and your ass? Her and goddamn good the same color black. How the fuck y'all ain't Aboriginal shit?
She said the Washita tribe was the largest nation in world history. That's what she's teaching on. That's what she's talking about. The Washita tribe. Was the largest empire in world history.
Why are you teaching about a pseudo tribe? The Washita Moors. This shit so fucking made up. Remember, she kicking shit that PNF was kicking, and that nigga talking about he was looking at a rock that some kids made during middle school, and he was trying to say this shit was old as fucking been here, yada yada. Man, these dudes is crazy. All these dudes. And then what's the dude name that said he seen the Olmec heads in Northern California? True.
Yeah, I remember that cat. Yeah, I remember that cat. Vyasa got he got a link. Yeah, I think he released it quick.
Man, I can't grab this shit.
Let me see if I can get to it. Oh, he said, Vyasa said, here it goes, he said, it's a renowned Afro-Americano painter, heaped the painting, and yes, it is an elephant. But more importantly, it depicts people of the continents. Yep, that's it. That's what it is. There you go. Juan Correa. Yep, shout out to you, Vyasa, for that. Appreciate that. Absolutely. That's the punch painting. Yeah, that's the one that fucking Lotus is trying to run around with, saying that it's a fucking indigenous black person from Brazil. Fucking Lotus, bro. He don't fucking give up, bro. Either he just all the time over there. He would refuse to give up. Kept trying to push that shit. Crazy shit, bro. Man, they got some super wild niggas over there too. They got this dude by the name of Garen Outlaw. This nigga been claimed that he's indigenous to Arizona for years, right? Nigga black as hell, right? This nigga over there claiming that he said, "Yeah, man, Mexicans told me that they're not indigenous. I hope you understand that. They already know. They already know that black people are real indigenous people. You know, they say it all the time. Even all the people you call Native Americans, they're not the real. Not the real. It's us. Like I said, I want you to go do that live right now. while we on TikTok, I want you to go ask me. I don't need to ask. I already asked. Matter of fact, did you know that my daughter, she already has it on her birth certificate that she's indigenous, right? We already registered. My grandma and everybody registered. We registered on all sides. We fully registered. Can I see it? Well, I've already shown it before. I said I want to see it though right now. Can you show it to me? I don't have it on my right phone right now. I'll bring it another day.
How is that so fucking stupid?
Yup. I saw him.
Man.
Try to tell you, bro. I asked him again. I seen him again. I said, "So you got it this time?" Oh, it's in my office. I will bring it next time. Saw him again. I said, "What happened?" That phone broke. I said, "So do you have another copy?" I got another copy somewhere, but I gotta find it. Like, nigga, shut up. That's what I
excuses, bro. Like, this shit get old.
What's up, old dog? What's happening, fam? Old dog know what I'm talking about? Old dog, you know what I'm talking about. Remember that dude, Garen Outlaw? Old dog, that dude, Garen Outlaw, he
Y'all
changed his name.
want me to join TikTok and this shit, man. I be banned from TikTok. I ain't even go over there and get myself fucked up.
I'm trying to tell you, they be over there lying, bro. I'm trying to say, it be a bunch of liars. And then, like you said, what are you trying to say?
The worst lies on Facebook.
Oh, I believe it.
TikTok just regurgitates the shit they seen on Facebook and trying to make some content out of it. You motherfuckers on Facebook and these groups where they make us confuse hard beat. They don't give a fuck if you just heard, you just debunked it or not. They be adding to
Nigga said, you see the coat of arms and shit? Like, if you pay attention, like, you see all the little symbols on the police, on the police logos, or on the back of the dollar. If you look at people's flags, that all of them give symbols that black people are indigenous in America. I said, where, nigga? I said, what the fuck?
coming back to the dollar.
I swear, bro. Yep, old dog said it's wild over there. Old dog no, because he didn't crash out on them niggas times too. That you end up cussing these niggas out and be getting temporarily banned and shit. I've been banned multiple times over there. That's why I'll end up leaving, because I end up cussing people out. I say, you goofy, stupid motherfucker. I say, you dumb as fuck. You lying bitch. You know, just calling them all kind of names and shit. You end up, they frustrate you, so you end up crashing out on them because they be lying. And I try to hide shit. But old dog can also tell you, said Lotus is over there. Lotus over there lying. Lotus got that stupid ass picture that Vyasa brought up, right? Over there trying to lie about that picture with that goofy ass book he got. Still talking about the Royal Society. Still over there lying about beating not a coincidence to shine in the baits, and then when they try to run up the re-up with the bait that they won't run it. He said he scared everybody and beat everybody so bad he had to go over there. Shit.
Yeah, he said that shit because he be trying to gas like.
Yeah, he keeps saying all this shit. He said, man, I already showed all the evidence. Sean has seen it. I said, Sean ain't seen shit because I've been looking myself. I've been waiting for you to show one motherfucking thing. You never show nothing.
The link pin, man. Y'all can hit the link. Hey, hold on 1 second. Yeah, hold it down for about 30 seconds.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, you ain't lying. He said nobody respect Lotus. Nope. Not at all. Nobody respect Lotus over there. Lotus be over there lying and saying stupid shit regularly. People just like, man, get tired of this dude. So he be making fun of Lotus. And Lotus be over there. Lotus on you know what his profile pic? It's him with no shirt. Like, man, nobody want to see you, nigga. Lotus over there just saying stupid, all kind of goofy shit. Ling Ling over there, stupid. Kiera over there, stupid. It's wild over there. Don't even get me started on Tariq Nasheed and FBA. They over there stupid, saying dumb shit too. Yeah. Tariq over there still lying, saying that we are part of. Most of our genetics are the people who are already here, right? The Aboriginals and the Africans who migrated here in the 13th century, right? I'm like, bro, stop lying, bro. I'm like, why y'all keep making this shit up? He said very few Africans were brought here, so we are most of our genetics are the people who are already here. So he's still making that claim. FBA just saying all kind of wild shit. Man, but that shit crazy, bro. Salute you, Keenan. Right? What's happening? Yeah, that shit wild over there, bro. Yeah, Sean, you cut somebody the first day out. You as soon as you get on, as soon as you join the live, and somebody start feeding you stupid shit, you just not gonna be able to take it. Saying all kind of shit. What you gotta understand is, yeah, I dealt with a nigga who was like half Billy Carson, half Dane Calloway, man. I was like, oh my God, bro. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit, man? Niggas just be saying anything. So, yeah, I can't do it, bro. So I said I can only take so much the goofy shit before I gotta bow out. Yeah, it be like dumbass retarded over there, bro. Like, you just can't believe some of the wild shit motherfuckers be saying over there. You can go over there. You go on TikTok. I'm pretty sure if you were to sign up, you're gonna come across somebody.
Bro, I'm not going on TikTok.
I know you that.
We're gonna put the fuck out.
I can't put it with the portal hoppers, with the portal niggas, the niggas who talk about portal and shit. And shit is annoying.
I gotta go over there. Then I gotta make 1,000 friends.
Yeah, that shit crazy. Well, you could buy followers if you want to just get on panel and shit real quick. That's the shit.
What?
He said you can always buy followers and you could be on hosting live and everything real quick. But I mean, you gonna end up cussing somebody out. Trust me.
Bro, I ain't buying it.
If you're gonna end up with somebody saying some wild shit, it's just how them niggas get down. It's so many crazies on there. It's so many. Matter of fact, what's the name? The
hold on.
What is the name?
You gotta have 1,000 rules to go live or join a live, right?
No, not really. You can actually join a live by having your account basically for like 2 weeks. As long as your account for 2 weeks, it'll allow you to hop on the panel. And then I think like another week or two after that, you can start hosting lives. Even with on like 10.
I ain't got all those comments. I just create on Facebook and go live right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But if you want to go live fast, you just buy followers and shit like that and go do it that way. But I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, you're gonna end up cussing somebody out. They got a lot of restrictions over there too. Like your live will get restricted or they'll ban you for like a week.
What words can you say?
And like they really get on you for, they consider you like talking shit, disrespecting. Like, I can't stand these bitch ass FBAs where I fuck them hoe ass pretending the shit like that. That shit right there, you get timed out for bullying and shit like that. I'm bullying. These motherfuckers is saying goofy ass shit, disrespectful as fuck. Motherfucker trying to steal somebody else's heritage. And yeah, you get bullied. You get banned easily. So I don't like that shit. That's why TikTok goofy as fuck to me. They be hosting lives on anything. Motherfuckers be making up shit. We even got there's even a nigga who's half Ghanaian, half African American, right? That nigga he was born and raised in Ghana, right? But he's an Abo. Because he believes that his side, he said he's half African, half Aboriginal.
Nah.
Yeah. One of them niggas. Old dog. You remember that nigga? I said old dogs in the comments. There really is a nigga from Ghana. For real. It was an Abo, bro. This shit is crazy. I'm like, what the fuck? And bro, you know what you would go crazy too, man? Hell of them fucking Windrush kids from the UK. Them niggas, a lot of them niggas as Wabos too. Windrush kids, the Caribbean descendants. Yeah, them motherfuckers. A lot of them niggas is Wabos. Niggas over there, like niggas hosted a live claiming to be Scottish. The indigenous Scottish people. I was like, that shit crazy, bro. There's niggas hosted all kind of shit. TikTok is crazy. I said, what the fuck is going on? Like, niggas claiming to be indigenous to Scotland? Really? And a nigga had 1.1K people watching, bro. 1.1K people watching, claiming to be indigenous to Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
Make that shit make sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, bro. So you got the Wabbles, you got the niggas who got the niggas claim to be black Europeans. You got niggas that would claim to say, yeah, I'm Taino. This is one nigga, he's from Grenada. This nigga took a DNA test. This nigga test said he is 96% sub-Saharan African. And the nigga had 1% indigenous ancestry. And he's over there talking about, oh man, don't worry about it. He said, yeah, man, I'm a Taino, bro. I'm like, nigga, no, you ain't. You really literally ain't, nigga, you 96% sub-Saharan African. How the fuck? And this nigga got a feather in his profile, and he's always around. That shit makes sense, bro. That shit crazy. So I said you would definitely lose it on TikTok, bro. Let's see what this guy. And there's always something going on over there, though.
Ain't nothing going on like black people invading these white people Facebook groups. That shit been turned into 48 hours.
Oh, guess who else is over there too? I forgot. That nigga Tragic Mulatto. You know the mulatto nigga? The one that claims if you got any speckle of European ancestry that you're a mulatto. He said, yeah. He said, yeah. He said, most of us are mulattoes. He said, yeah, we African, Aboriginal, and American. He said, and he's not talking about not Native American, but the black people who are already here, and European. We the best of all. I said, nigga, he said, oh, you just trying to separate us. He said, you got to understand. He said, but I just want us to understand that we all on the same team. You know what I mean? I mean, everybody got right information. You're not the only one who got the right information. I said, we were not here, bro. But there's no evidence that black people were here. There's no evidence that black people are indigenous. I said, you want to say that we have European admixture, but I'm not bragging about the European admixture. I said, but we know it exists. But we are descendants of West Central Africans. That's the black part, period. You're like, nah, you just want to be right. That's the type of shit. Man, get your goofy ass out of here. Try to mulatto. It's the dumb ass over there, too. Yeah, you would. I think you would struggle to not cuss people out over there for real, though. Set up an account, your shit gonna get banned ASAP. When the nigga tell you that Atlantis is in the Caribbean.
You ain't going for nothing about Atlanta.
And you got a bunch of niggas going around with their names. Or you got all kind of names. Some Atlantean, Tampa Bay Atlantean, Jamaica Atlantean, Mississippi Atlantean. Like, I said, what the fuck is that? I said, you think you can? They said, oh man, they try to lie. First thing is this. You know that the people of Atlanta sent Queen Khalifa, said they used to trade all the time. I'm like, Queen Khalifa's not even a real bad person. She never existed. It's a fictional character. No, that's what they want you to believe. Oh, shit. Then you pull it up and you show it. They said, that's it. No, I don't believe in what they say. They're lying. I said, oh, God. I said, if black people are indigenous California, how come you don't see us in all these different spots that you see Native Americans? You see Native Americans in places that we don't exist in. But you see black people, and you talk to black people, you're going to see that we're part of the Great Migration. There were some black people who came a little earlier, but most of us came during the Great Migration. Right? Most of us only like 1-2 generations. So how the fuck you gonna try to claim that we indigenous to California, bro? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I didn't argue with all kind of people on that. I said, this shit is crazy. We just say all kind of dumb shit. Yeah. And niggas say that You know what? I offered to buy somebody a DNA test. Several people, right? They said, "Oh, you know, they assign your haplogroups and your, you know, your what you call it." I said, they said autosomy. Said autosomal. He said, yeah, that. They assign all that. I said, okay, let me prove to you that they don't assign it. You said it's going to assign you African. Yeah, that's what they do. Okay, what I'll do is I'll buy the test for you. Matter of fact, I'll give cash to an East Indian. I'll have the East Indian buy the test for you. You can take the test. The East Indian is going to mail that shit off from his house. And let's just see what the results say. Nah. So you don't want to take it. It's a free test. You ain't got to pay for shit. We don't know what you're going to do with it. I said, don't send it off to the testing lab. You can be with us when he ships it off. So you can see that he never messed with it at all. We're just going to drop it in the box.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, didn't want to take it. Didn't want to take it up. I said, yeah, as long as you guys don't take the test, you feel like you can have it. You can at least continue your denial of who you really are. You guys are frauds. So I was like, yeah, because if you really believed that the test was fake, you would want to take this offer up because you have an opportunity to prove that all these DNA tests are fake, right? Because they're just assigning it. But if an Indian dude is the one who paid for the test and sent it from his house, then they should assign it. That means that they're going to make it Indian, right? Because they're just assigning it because they already know who you are. But if the East Indian person is the one who mailed it, then they're going to think that he did, right? Nah, they're like, nah, they don't want no smoke with that. I offered that to multiple people and they all turned it down. Another lady had an opportunity. She said, I got all the evidence in the world that black people are already here. It was a group of us. Brother Khalil from Each One Teach One, right? And OHF and a bunch of us, right? We ended up offering this lady $3,700 to prove that black people are already here. And then we told her, said, you don't even have to pay us back. If you're able to prove it, you win the money. She said, oh yeah, I'm gonna take that offer up. Okay, when you gonna do it? Then she just dropped off the panel and left. They come back.
See how money?
Yep. She knew it. She didn't have the money. I tried it. I said, look, I bet you $100. Then I raised it to $200. I said, $200. I'll give it to you right now if you can prove that black people are indigenous to the Americas. And you said you could prove your family yourself that your family is indigenous. I said, okay, you got $200 right now. You can take it. She said no. She ended up turning. They said, I don't want to do that. I said, oh no, because you're a liar. He said, why you gotta be disrespectful?
Man, what the hell is going on?
Man,
going on?
You doing y'all thing, man. What's good with y'all?
Hang on. What's going on?
Man, I missed the conversation, man. I was over there arguing over. We tripping, man.
Who you arguing with?
No, we just had one of them Discord fights. Arguing, good conversation though.
Hey, I'm gonna play something for you.
All right.
What's Earth Speaks? About to play the Earth Speaks?
Yeah.
What's that echo? Is that me?
Nah, that's Cali.
Yeah, you got the TV on, Cal.
Yeah,
man, big up to the Mossy, yo.
I'm playing.
All right, go ahead.
Hold on, I gotta sign back in.
All right.
I want you to translate this shit.
Yeah, what you got? What you got?
Now, this dude was supposed to have been in a debate.
All right.
And the debate is about Aboriginal Americans civilize the world.
Crazy.
In the midst of our belief debate, some white dude joins the panel. Okay. The white boy, he joined the panel And I guess, well, it's cut off because it only picks up part of.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna listen to the part that they pick up.
All right.
And we're gonna see if you can translate this shit.
All right.
Hold on, I gotta pull it up.
Say hit it.
All right, let me share my screen.
You ain't shared it yet.
Yeah. You can't see it.
Nope.
Anus as the lectotype specimen, which is complete pseudoscience at its core. Is the definition is what he did. But when
I like
you got a better chance saying you come back to me than a sweetest biologist, dude. But by the way, now wait a second, because we're not done. We're not done. You're the one who brought up Homo sapien. Now you're starting to be like, wait a minute, I don't care.
Oh no, I did.
Right.
Yeah, I acknowledge it.
Now, hold on. Now, the dude William Stern designated the dude Carl Leanus as the lectotype specimen, which is complete pseudoscience at its core. Is the definition is what he did. But when William T. Stern, by the way, the dude who created the IQ formula, he's the one who's going to tell you if you're intelligent or not. Making up who did the biggest scientific pseudo-scientific movement that has ever been done is going to tell you if you're intelligent or not. Now, he designated Carl Leanus as the lectotype specimen for Homo sapien, but he never tested his remains. Is that proper science? Is he allowed to designate something as the lectotype specimen for Homo sapien without testing his remains?
That's pretty proper logic. You're right.
That's improper.
You're right. I said
my logic is proper. Theirs ain't. Theirs is full of horse shit.
You can.
Theirs is full of horse shit. Literally. So since you didn't didn't test Carl Leanus's remains, and this is how bad it is. This is how unreliable these people are. So since he didn't collect the true type specimen before designating Carl Leanus as the lectotype specimen for Homo sapien, what is the haplogroup for the lectotype specimen? Can you tell me that?
No, I cannot.
You couldn't tell me that because he didn't test his remains. So they do not have a haplogroup for their lectotype specimen for Homo sapien. Now I gotta ask you.
That's not what the source says, but what you make of that?
Man, I don't know what the hell he talking about. That's what's becoming.
Look, he used. So listen. So if you go to Google, right?
Yeah, yo.
You just go to Google and you heard him say lectotype specimen several times.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you where he getting that shit from.
Big up the hits, man. What's up, hits? They got the boy. I don't know what that was. A pseudo judo.
You're welcome. You ever heard of Earth Speaks before? You ever heard of Earth Speaks?
Yeah. We had him on the show or something. Had him on Doc. Yeah, show. Man, we beat the brakes off of him, yo. Crazy conversation up, yo.
So he's talking about 50-foot giants now. Go ahead, Sean.
No, you go ahead. He brought up Stern, right, and he brought up Leonidas. But all they did was form the taxonomy, right? Because one of them is the father of taxonomy, which is Leonidas. So they're creating a hierarchy for shit. But the the whole what did he use that word again? What do you say? Lipto? Some shit. I don't know. Hold on. My search
I
ain't
heard
pulling that shit up.
Linnaeus and Nitto. I don't know what he was talking. He was tripping. Have no idea what he was talking about. Very incoherent.
Cause he don't know what he talking about. But he got.
Right.
I just heard that shit. But yeah, he kept saying the one word over and over.
Yeah, I give up, man. I done had a full blown battle in the server. We was back and
what was the topic?
We was talking about. It was an interview that Neil deGrasse Tyson did with Donald Hoffman, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I just felt like Donald Hoffman was scamming.
Oh boy.
Yeah. He think.
Who's you arguing with Corey?
Huh?
Who's you arguing with Corey?
No, I ain't in no server with Corey. Come on, yo, them days is gone. I can't do that. Hell no. We just was having a good one. Me, Sosa, Kent.
Sosa and Kent.
Mm-hmm. We had a good one. It was a good one. We had a good one. Preem, and it was a good conversation, yo. And then I put in the 9th hour. They was thinking I was overdoing it. I played him Chomp. What's the guy named Chomper? What's his name, yo? The guy, he's a wild guy. Hold on. Let me get his name.
I can't think of that name.
I know you can. Hold on. I think did I have the video? Damn.
I was trying to tell you that Earth Speaks now. He's over there talking about foot giants and teleporting.
Yeah, he's gone. He's a wild.
Man, that's where he look. This is where he get it from, right here. The lectotype specimen. He was reading AI, but he was just skimming through when the dude brought up Homo sapien. So he don't want to be called Homo sapien. So the lectotype right there, they got a word right there. So he says Stern officially designated Carl Leonidas as the lectotype. Look, he don't even know what the word means because it means the definitive representative specimen for the species Homo sapiens. So all he was doing is giving credence to Carl and saying Carl is responsible not only for the father of taxonomy, but also labeling our species as Homo sapiens. He basically giving him a shout out, saying, but then Earth Speaks turns around and try to say that why didn't he do the DNA or assign a haplogroup to Carl? Haplogroups ain't even out yet.
Right. 1959, the genome ain't been mapped out. Tripping. Right. I don't even think we discovered genes yet.
And we where we are today.
They had Carl Linnaeus. No, not Carl Linnaeus. What's we call him with the genes? Remember? Mendel. That's when they started using the 1900s. They went back, started talking about genes and peas and stuff, but I don't think they seen them yet. Yeah, they tripping.
Well, Earth Speaks said that he is that he does, that he's actually he said he gets into anthropology, archaeology, but he's also a geneticist too. He said he does all of them.
Yeah, it was crazy. All that's crazy. Deepak Chopra, that's his name. Yeah, you know him? Yeah.
Nah.
Deepak Chopra, always talking about consciousness and all that. Man. Anyway.
Are you talking about the Indian guy?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah,
I'm familiar with him, but
yes, sir.
I ain't gonna act like I'm familiar with some shit. I don't know. I'll be listening.
Well, the guy Hoffman was with him, and once you with him, you done. I ain't trying to hear if you're a scientist or not. You should be saying I disagree with all that shit, but he wasn't. Excuse my language. So anyway, back to that pseudo. That's a wild guy right there. He wild. I think he mentally ill, yo. Yeah, he's mentally ill. He's not all that, bro.
You said Callie said that Earth Speaks said he an anthropologist.
He did.
What?
He said it. He says he's an anthropologist, an architect, and a geneticist. That's the first thing he said.
Oh, yeah, I told you. Didn't I tell you not all that, yo? He's out. He's done.
Oh, we know. But he also said he knows about the 50-foot giants, and he's also trying to teach people how to teleport too.
Yeah, he's crazy, yo. Yep, I got him on the show. We beat him half to death, yo. It was the craziest shit ever, yo. Beat him half to death. I was like, oh my God, son, this man needs some help. Can't be talking to us. Anyway, man, I'm out of here. I gotta get up early tomorrow, man. I just wanted to stop through, kick it with y'all, man.
Yeah, we do. I think everybody got to get up early tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a second. Before you go, I got to tell you one more thing. Before I left TikTok, there was some of these other abos talking about how we were flying planes 10,000 years ago. America had planes, but somehow niggas with a musket, or some white boys with a musket, was able to overthrow them. But they have that type of technology.
Put the gun down in there. Hey, Sean, you know how you see that? You like it. And then take it in. Oh, then do it again. Put the bullet in there, put the powder in there, put the powder in there. Just be, shoom, how can it go? Hey man, there's something wrong with these people, yo. They forget a musket overthrew these people.
That's the whole part of me laughing. I said, y'all crazy as hell. I said, you guys don't think about none of this shit you be saying. That's what
hey, Sean, that's why I be saying, yo, the Egyptians didn't have signs, yo. They had proto-signs, the shit before signs. Because if they did, nigga, they'd have been, the whole world be Egyptian, yo. They would dominate the whole world forever, yo. At 5,000 years of signs, yo, think about that, yo.
Yeah.
We definitely. We only got 300 years of signs, 400 years of signs, yo. And all we know about the universe, we learned that in the last 125 years, yo. So man, look how long that took. But if they had that at 3,000 BCE and 4,000 BCE, come on, yo, they'd had nuclear weapons. 4,000, they'd have been into another star. Man, look, they've been able to leave the star bubble, the sun bubble. Right? I'm saying with a manned vehicle. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, bro. Crazy, yo. It's the craziest. It's crazy, yo. Don't nobody think. See, that's funny. That was a good one. Yeah, that was a great one.
No, but that's what you just said right there. You just proved the point right there that they didn't. One thing you talk about, they were never able to separate their religion from science.
Right? They weren't supposed to. That was their way of gaining knowledge. Everybody had their own way of gaining their knowledge. So that was the way they did it, yo. They reached great heights. So don't make them. They don't gotta have what we have. That's the craziest thing ever, yo. They wasn't lacking nothing. You feel me? Yeah, they was able to get food, clothing, shelter, and do everything they need to do. Build their monuments at high level, develop math, you know what I'm saying? Geometry. Come on, yo, give them that, yo. Give them what they had, yo. You don't gotta give them something they ain't have, yo. They had herbs, they was renowned in herbs. You know what I'm saying? The same with West Africa, renowned. They take a lot of that stuff later on and would package it and would be the foundation of what you call science. Them they stole it. That's the thing to get me. They enslaved people and stole it.
Yeah, they have to understand that something has to have a foundation. You just can't just all of a sudden have something without it leading up to that. They showed you, like even the Egyptians, they showed you how they got to the Great Pyramid from the Step Pyramid, the mounds and all the other shit that led up to that. They showed you how they advanced their understanding of their natural world through writing, because they got different levels of writing throughout its time. Everything that we look back on Egypt, they show you the baby steps.
Yeah, but that's what humanity is, right? Humanity is a series of stepping stones. That's how we progress. We learn, every generation learns something new and progresses from what they've learned previously from what other people had found out. So we don't just pick up anything. Nothing really is new, right? everything is built upon something that already existed beforehand. Whether we were talking about something like dustpans, how dustpans at one point were totally flat, then there was a handle added at one point, then it became slanted. Over time, they just kept modifying it until it became more feasible and more and better, had a better use, right? Then we came with even better technology, right? This is what society and humanity is about, building upon. Not we just pick up shit and we don't. It's a lot of trial and error and failure that goes on to get to where we gotten to. Like one of the things that you bring up all the time that I like. We talking about how humanity, like, which is true. This is what you learn in science, right? You go to a water hole, right? You start going to this water hole. Some people get sick. Then after a while, okay, maybe we should avoid this water hole, but we keep going, and there's some more people die, right? Then we go to another water hole, they don't die, but we go back to that old water hole, and more people die again. Then eventually you figure out, you know what?
There's something in that water,
right?
Yeah, that's how they figure it out. Yeah, what's it called, Sean? What's the thing in the water? Collard. What? Am I saying it right? Huh?
Collagen?
No.
E. coli? E. coli?
E. coli. No,
E. coli. That's the chick. No, it's in the water, yo. Y'all know what it's called, yo. The bacteria in the water, yo, that be killing them. Anyway, that's how they figured that out. Was crazy, yo. Just like you said with the water, yo. It was like they ain't even know. They was like, just don't drink no water over there. They don't know why. And then people stopped dying, right? And it was like they still ain't know. And then people say, the hell with that walk. They got tired of walking, went back to that water, they started dying again. He was like, yo, damn. Why is people dying again? And he figured out that they was going back to that water again. And that's when I forget his name. That's when they started realizing that disease is in that water, that bacteria, that water called.
Vibrio vulnificus.
That's the technical name. It's an easier word, yo, for it. You know what I'm talking about, yo. Anyway, that's right. But listen, you don't get, huh?
No, that's E. coli water.
Not that. Damn, I know what that's supposed to be. Come on, Hits. I know Hits know what it is. So the point is, if you don't master digging holes, right, and putting that dirt back in there, and then making bigger holes, and then start tricking out the hole, right, and start coating that hole, like coating it with mud, and then adding something in there, putting burial goods in it, right, and then you start getting that brick and start tricking that hole out with mud brick, and then start making it grow. You know what I'm saying? If you don't get that, and get you the master bars, and then pile them on, yo, and then get that's it, cholera. That's it. There you go, cholera.
Yeah, cholera. Yeah.
Cholera. There you go. Kill you dead. But I was talking about how they got the master bars. The master bars don't start off as no daggone mud brick. It start off as a hole, a grave site.
Yep.
A hole in the ground. Then they throw some goods in there. Somebody say, I want mine better. So they make the hole bigger, more elaborate. Then they start actually make a bigger hole and started like like furnishing the sides of the walls, start smoothing them out and all that. Then they start putting mud brick to raise the hole up like over top of that, and they start getting these elaborate tomb structures, yo. Then they start piling them on top of each other, and then they transition from brick, because they started mastering and having the bricks grow walls, mud brick walls, right? And in the first dynasties, they got them big massive walls. It's the craziest thing ever, right? They master that, then they transition to quote unquote the stone, learn how to cut the stone, but you don't just dive in the stone. Mesopotamia never moved the stone. They couldn't even get the stone. So yeah, man, everything is a learning experience. And if you don't learn how to deal with those holes, if you don't learn how to stack those, the ziggurats and all that, not the ziggurats, the step pyramids. If you don't learn that, if you don't fail, right, then you never get to move on to the next thing. It's not happening. If you don't get herbology, if the Egyptians started to master herbs, the Greeks say it. You gotta master herbs. Herbs is not medicine, it's herbology. You have to master that first. Got to master that first, right? Then you got to get somebody to bump into the new world, right, and discover new plants, and then had free reign over people in West Africa to steal they stole their plants, bro, and they recorded it. They stole their plants, yo. They was like, how you get this? How you get that with that? Oh my God. You need all that to happen before you even get the medicine, yo. Yep. 1800s, yo, they were still running around here, medicine men and all and all. A doctor was just like a medicine man. Charlatan.
No, but you know, we also saw how like West Africans, how they would observe from animals, right? Then they would take certain herbs and stuff like that, dry it out, create powders and different things that way as a way to treat different ailments, right? So, but this came from, once again, also comes from observing nature, but also trial and error too. And what you're doing is not going to necessarily work for you. So you have to try different things in order until you come up with something that works, right? And this is once again, this is trial and error. It doesn't happen off
Trial and error, yo. And the thing that's deep is that right now, yo, in Africa, yo, they use 70%. They use y'all know they use the herbs, right? They don't have it's too expensive to use science-based medicine. It's too expensive, so they still use the herbs, yo. They ain't wiped out. They got the youngest population on Earth, yo. Yeah. Imagine where they'd be at if they used the evidence-based medicine. This shit probably be overpopulated.
It would be. And matter of fact, I think they're supposed to have the largest population in the world by
the youngest. They're the youngest.
No, they're supposed to have the largest population in the world, and I think it's like by the year 2100 or something like that. They're supposed to be more people in Africa than the rest of the world, or at least they would have like 40. They would be like 40% of the world's population.
Well, they got enough land. They got enough land, and I'm gonna tell you the point I want to make here is that the herbs, right? They do them just good enough, yo. Yeah, they do them just good enough.
And that's where modern medicine comes from. It's just the advancement of advancement of herbs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's learn about active ingredients, and that's Percy Julian. Remember, he unlocked the secret magic of plants. It's an African American, yo. Remember, he took the yams, he took the damn yams, he reached total synthesis, and he learned about the active ingredients in plants. So it's not the actual herb that works; it's the active ingredient in the herb that's working. So the whole thing is interesting, yo. But you need that foundation. You need that strong foundation where early hunter-gatherer tribes and early I don't even like to use the word civilization no more. It's so rigged with the foolery. You know what I'm saying? Just like sub-Saharan Africa, that's a rigged term too. I don't like that. It shapes. It's like a colonial understanding of something, which is crazy to me. But yeah,
I was about to bring up some of these herbalists run around our ethnic group, man.
They playing now. No, they playing now. Hey, Sean, to tell you, yo, we in too many ecological niches, yo, to be playing around, yo.
Yep, we are.
Yeah, we playing around, yo.
We keep exposing ourselves to shit, and we think it's a game.
Yeah, it ain't a game. We get the animals sick now. Ain't that crazy?
That's the fucked up part. Yeah,
you know, I saw this sister today, right? She was talking about how she had moved the gun and stuff like that. She said, "I'm a nurse, and my daughter had, she got vaccinated. And I gave her the vaccine because that's just what we did. But as we got older, we stopped taking them vaccines because we don't know what they put on them. You're a nurse."
They worse. Me and Sean know the nurses is the worst, ain't it, Sean?
Yeah, man, they terrible. They are fucking terrible.
Yeah, I don't even mess with nurses. I can't even listen to a nurse.
Yeah, a lot of them, they don't even, because a lot of them, they ain't trained to understand all of that stuff. They just administer the shit and then make excuses. And then I was forced to have to take this, that, and the third. Man, shut your ass up.
Yeah.
Wearing masks and protecting yourself, and then get on the internet and start crying about they made you take a vaccine. Yeah, you dumbass, you getting exposed to all these goddamn pathogens in real time before your ass be dead over there croaked up.
Oh my God.
It's crazy.
We went through the whole. Hey, yo, remember the Pan African groups that was where that video at, yo? I know I got the video, Sean. We beat the brakes off. Remember that?
Oh, them Pan African groups are super anti-vax, man. That's crazy.
It can't be true. It can't be true. Who was that, Sean? Remember we got the video? I gotta find that video, Sean.
James was on there too.
Huh?
When with James on there?
Was he? We was battling, yo.
Them Negroes are stupid.
Oh man, Sean had some prolific. We beat the doctors up. That was a good one.
They sit there and act like they're, well, it ain't the same technology when the Africans was over there inoculating themselves. Yes, it is, motherfucker. It's the birth. Like we just got through talking about Egypt, the stepping stones up into better science and improving on the technology. It's the same thing with vaccines. The shit had to go through processes in order for us to get to where we are, where we can make them more safer, more reliable, and more dependent. What it is, if we never had vaccines, we have short life expansion today. We all would have been dead 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Look, we got us. RFK Jr. man has been doing crazy work, man. This dude has been devastating to the advancement.
I realized we was in a wild world, yo. Once that happened, I was like, damn, system is rigged, yo.
If that nigga can be the leader of the HSS, you could go in there and be the same too.
Yeah, and I have us rocking. Me and you being that Sean had everybody rocking.
That motherfucker the lead.
Yeah, I said, God damn, yo, this the world we live in is rigged, yo. I mean, rigged, yo. Ain't no way in the world, yo. Rigged, yo. But that's all right, Sean. We know we know what it is, bro. We know what it is. We definitely know what it is. You know
that's that nurse. You know, when she said my daughter, she was feeling a little sick. I said, notice. I said, your daughter survived. She's here with you, and she's just fine. She took those vaccines. She might have had a bad reaction to them, but it didn't harm her. She's still just fine. She said, well, she's good today. But no, we don't take them anymore.
They confused about this. They think that when you get the vaccine, you're not supposed to react any kind of way to it. It's a foreign pathogen entering your body to train your immune system to protect yourself. You're going to have some type of reaction. Your reaction may be limited, or it may be medium, it may be extended. But at some point, you're going to have your protection.
It mean it's working, huh? When you get sick, it's working. That's how you know it's working.
Right. And that sickness might last 2 days. It might last a day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It might last a couple of hours for some people. Because I remember after I got vaccinated, that next day I was fucked up.
With the COVID?
Yeah. I literally got that vaccine and worked the next day. My arm was a little sore, but I was woozy for a little while. And then I came out of this shit.
Yeah. I had a good day.
Man, my whole family, all them they all had a bad reaction. I had no reaction to any vaccine.
What's a bad reaction? What you calling a bad reaction though?
Or they'll just say like they feel like they're sick and stuff like that. But I mean, it's to me, it's just like one. It's just like it only lasts like a day or two, and then they're fine.
You're saying it wrong though. You supposed to get sick.
I know.
You're supposed to.
But I never get sick though. I always feel fine after. Don't even get
some people are fine because that just goes to show you that our immune systems work differently for each of us.
Yep, absolutely.
So my reaction to the vaccine would be different because when I got it, I drove all the way home. They told you don't drive. Remember, you get the vaccine, you got to sit there and wait 15 minutes before you can pull off.
Right.
I drove home too.
Y'all didn't wait? Oh, y'all crazy. I was scared as shit. Man. Oh, because crazy people trying their head is going, Sean. We know we was right, but that's still, yo. When it came to
we said that we was right.
Yeah, we snuck it in. We was like, Sean was like, yeah, we're gonna lie on the thing. Yeah.
You know what happened? When I got vaccinated, because I always get vaccinated now, and I get the flu and I get the COVID vaccine together, right? And you know, the Abbott told me, he said, you just like a Pan African way to go ahead and take that white man's demon sauce. I'm like, what the fuck? He said he called it demon sauce.
It was nothing. That's crazy. It was saline, yo. It was saline, oil, yo, and sugar, yo. That's all was in the shit, yo, and the protein, yo, and nothing else in there, yo. Technical things for that shit. It was funny as shit.
And that shit was just used to get the shit to where it needed to go.
That's
Protection.
the oil.
That's all it is.
The lipid was in the bubble, right? The lipid.
Nanolipids. You had a whole fight about the goddamn nanolipids. Oh, they injected goddamn small machinery things go in there and tear your DNA. Man, the nanolipid. You hear the word nano, just get all the way fucking wrong.
You know what's crazy?
Yeah, no, I remember y'all during the pandemic, man, battling all those crazies, man. The people, and remember you had all the crazy niggas selling all kinds of shit to black folks. But tell me, I got this black seed oil for you right here. You know what I'm saying? I got elderberry too.
Yeah, elderberry and black seed
oil. Crazy.
Talking about they still talking about that they can what's that shit called? Detox the vaccine out of your system.
Oh, man.
They said I was talking about, man, yo, you don't need that when you got CMOS. I like CMOS.
CMOS.
No pathogen.
CMOS, hey, I'm CMOS'd out, yo. They CMOS death. Elderberry, CMOS, yo, niggas was dropping like flies, yo.
Right.
Shit. Anyway, I'm out of here, fellas, man. Shit, this y'all. What time is it, man? Peace. Appreciate y'all, man. Big up to the Mossy, man. Big up to you, Sean, man. Man, big up to the bros, man. That's real. That's real talk right there, yo.
Yeah, catch you later.
All right, man.
I'm about to bounce out too, man. Thanks for the show, man. Appreciate it, man. This was dope,
work,
especially the end, though.
3 hours of good work.
Yes, sir. Catch y'all later.
All right.
Later, man.
All right. What Vise will say? We didn't need RFK for Buckra to be anti-vaccine. Their entitlement influenced their behavior. That's a fact. That's a fact, V. His voice sound like the poltergeist. You moved the cemetery, but you left the bodies, didn't you? It's a wild world out there. Nah, man, but it just goes to show. In the elbows, and they anti-vaccine too. They're anti-science. A lot of these people that are anti-science are a huge issue. Huge issue. What y'all got, man? Y'all ain't got no questions? I'm looking in the comments, bro. I ain't said nothing, man. I ain't really hang up yet, but I'm fin to if y'all gonna be tripping. I'm thugging it out for y'all, bro. That boy said Bunker smell is crazy. Vasa, just getting back from the work meeting. Ah, shit. What you doing having a work meeting this late at night, bro? Who have those kind of meetings? I think you lying to us, Vasa. I think you making up your work meetings. Just go on and say you was clapping cheeks, bro. That sound more realistic. Work meeting. Nah, bro, you was clapping cheeks. Say that. Yes, sir. Hope you do some more vaccine. Like, man, I really don't do the vaccine lives. I should, but I'm not trying to get back into that space because black people really don't care about that. But you know, basically with SARS-CoV-2, you know, just what that book teach you, it's the fundamentals of what dealing with all viruses and vaccines You know what I'm saying? It ain't no script beyond that. There's no new technology out there outside of mRNA technology that we need to learn to understand, right? The mechanisms and the way it is used. But we can still go back and pull that book to learn the basics or relearn the basics and understand how it elevates us and our train of thought in dealing with shit that we're dealing with when it comes to new viruses and how these viruses behave. Like, people who think the government are making these viruses is crazy. I told y'all earlier, we putting ourselves in position to where we're entering in these realms where we ain't supposed to be at, man. We as Homo sapiens, we ain't supposed to be all over the earth. We ain't. We supposed to be in designated areas, like motherfuckers been doing way before all of that. But it's unfortunate that we don't seem to understand that, and we decided to colonize the world. And in our colonization of the world, we have now exposed ourselves to shit that we wouldn't have been exposed to beforehand. Wouldn't have been exposed to a lot of shit that we, you know what I mean? We fucked it up. When I look at her like that, motherfucking show at the tail end, she talking about we in the building. We 3 hours and we ain't had a motherfucker that wanted to argue. They pull up yet. People be scared, man. But yeah, vaccine science teach us a lot. You not an African, stop the cap. You ain't nothing. Hey, so you like science. You said you like science, right? So that's why I brought up the whole paleoanthropology and biological anthropology subjects up, because how many people really knew about paleoanthropology or biological anthropology? Who knew about that? Because I can tell you right now, boys don't be on that. Be honest. No, I know, but those are fields of science that we use to help us in these arguments. If you claim to be indigenous to the Americas and you claim to be copper colored, you claim to be all this other shit, then why can't you use the field of anthropology to be able to prove your argument? There's methods and tools that are associated with that to help you prove the argument, but you don't know those and you have no idea. So if you know that we have those tools to be able to answer those questions and handle business, then why are you running from them? I need to. Oh, yeah, the college football game came out. I'm gonna have to go buy that.
Sean P.
What's up? Oh, yeah.
What's up?
Oh, okay. You telling me you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm coming here because I'm hearing that first of all, let me introduce myself as Copper Draco's Peoples, and I heard that you have a combatness against him, talking about he's pseudo.
Oh my God!
Am I tripping on that?
What are you doing? Just holler.
Go ahead with your spiel, bro. Yeah.
Okay. So my point being is what's pseudo about us thinking that about the going against the Pan-African narrative?
What is well, first define what a Pan-African is.
That's what I'm saying. I'm from what I'm hearing is if you going with that concept of being this Pan-Africanism, from what I was being told, correct me if I'm wrong, is that your stance?
What is Pan-Africanism?
That's what I want to know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to claim it. I'm not trying to claim it.
But you said it. I didn't say it. You said it. So okay, I'm asking.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking you to. Okay, my bad. Okay, that's why I'm trying to come in there and just say, because I was given this information thinking that you're on that panism, and I'm saying, correct me if I'm wrong, if that's not your stance or not. That's what that's how I'm introducing. I'm coming into this situation to ask, is that your stance?
But in order for me to properly answer your question, you would have to define Pan-Africanism to me in order for me to be able to answer your question, because you may not be able to define Pan-Africanism, and therefore that might be the issue with your understanding on how people view things.
Okay, well, I can go with you on that. Let's run with that. Just stay there. Let's run with that, because that could be where I'm lost at. Okay, because the thing is, okay. I'm being told this is what, because I had an argument. This is where it started. I had this argument on the sidebar. You know what I mean? With my peoples about your channel, about something that they heard, that they were telling me that they heard you speak against. And I started arguing with you about it. And so they put me on and say, why don't you get on the panel with you to have my argument, to put my stance. Now, before I give my argument and for it to make sense to you, can you let me know what your stance is, so that I can say if my argument even makes sense to even present to you, if that makes sense to you? Is that fair to say?
In order for me to present a stance, I would have to understand what you took offense to.
Okay, yeah. Okay, with that being said, now when you say it like that, now from what I was told, now whether it's true or not, that when I was told, you thinking that that the whole so-called so to define the Pan-Africanism is that the whole Atlantic trade slave movement type of scenario, that thousands or millions of us came over here from the continent of Africa by some Europeans and were enslaved and we tilled this land. Is that all any part of your belief or stance or what you think happened?
Okay. So we're talking about history. So I'm repeating what you're saying to let you know that I heard what you said, and I want to make sure that I am quoting correctly before I respond. So you're asking me my position on the transatlantic slave trade, and that the way that we arrived in the Americas is via the transatlantic slave trade, with millions of people involved in that back and forth to bring people over here, correct?
Yeah, for the most part, saying basically.
Basically, to summarize what you're saying, you're asking me if black people were not in the Americas and were brought to the Americas via the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, simple said.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now that you've asked me the question, I'm going to answer it. My position about the appearance of black people in the Americas, when I say black, let me define it so you can understand what I mean by black. Black, according to North America, their law dictionaries define black. Black as people of sub-Saharan Africa. That is what they define as black people. They define natives, Mexicans, and all other different ethnicities also by their law dictionaries that they have been passed down. So, according to who they described as black people in the Americas, yes, it's a historical fact that black people were not in the Americas pre-Columbus, that they were brought here alongside European colonizers for hundreds of years via different ships that would bring them in. Does that make sense?
Okay. But when you say it like that, I have really no argument when you're saying that according to what they're saying. Yeah, I would agree. I stand with you on that. According to what they're saying, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm going with the historical records in which we have the evidence for to be able to prove. That's why I properly defined who are black, and then I properly defined their arrivals. They didn't come directly into America. They were more South American. They were going to South America, into Central America, the Caribbeans first, before ever coming directly from Africa to America. And I'm only speaking what we know as the United States of America. Now, that's why they call it a triangular trade, is because the people were going in the South and Central. The people that they trained to do these jobs in South and Central went into the Caribbeans, from the Caribbeans into North America. So this is how you get early black people there. Now, mind you, before 1619, an accident occurred. There were black people here in 1526, men on a ship with drunk whites arguing about their destination and where they landed. Those blacks were small in number, knew the situation, saw an opportunity, and fled. This is a historical fact in 1526, and it's not many of them. We don't know what happened to them after the fact.
Let me ask you a question now. In that same conversation, that same fact that you're claiming in the 15, what was the year you said? 15 what exactly?
1526.
1526. Were they those same people? Were they given that same title as black people at that time? Just knowing that.
No, I'm saying black just so we can kind of keep the uniquely
as a modern day term. Yes,
because it's a modern day term. But if I would go back, yes, because the term would translate into Negro, would translate into black, regardless.
So then at that time they were given that title as Negro. That's another question to ask. Important, like what were they considered at that time, in that era? What would those particular people? What would they?
What's the Spanish word?
Negro or black?
What's the Spanish word for black?
Yeah, negro.
Okay, that's what they would.
So that's what they were called, the negro, because they were called black. Even regardless how it's translated, but that's what the meaning, right?
That is not all that they would be called.
Okay.
Because they misnomered the people over here because they didn't look like them, and they would also call them Negro. They would say Negro de Terra, Negro de Guinea, early on in some of the descriptions. But the Negro de Terra and the Negro de Guinea had certain specifications in their historical record that would also lay down specifics about who they were referring to as Negro de Terra and Negro de Guinea. And when they were talking about terror, terror, they were talking about a people with a coarse hair, like a horse. They were talking about a specific phenotype because of the tropical features that they actually presented themselves. But going back to the point, Melanated also is saying it's also Black in Portuguese and Spanish. So you have to take heed to that. But outside of that, you can't take 10 people and make them 40 million people, because that wasn't the case. So when we say that we arrived here when Columbus arrived in the Caribbeans, right? Columbus is down there in the Caribbeans. He's not in North America, right? The first people, quote unquote, blacks that entered North America outside of 1526 would come from the White Lion, and off of that whole situation with those ships. They come directly from the Congo, but they come through on their way to Jamaica. Was supposed to be going into Mexico, but they got jacked in Jamaica and brought into the Americas. That's your earliest onset of
Can I interject? Can I interject? This is only because you're going long-winded with it, and there's something I want to ask you about what you're saying. Do you mind if I cut in? Okay, thank you. Now about that. Now, who are those people that when you were going all the way back how you first started, when you were saying about they were calling us Negro and this and that, they were using those terms. Who were those? Were those people Spaniards, or were they European, like English European?
The first enslavers that jotted across the waters are going to be the Spanish, and the Portuguese were the earlier enslavers.
Okay, can I pause you real quick? We'll come pause you. So with those people, when they were calling us Negro, or the people that they had that were considered black or Negro, were they calling us Negro or negra, meaning black, or they're using the word Negro or using the word negro as meaning black?
It doesn't. No, they're using the word that means black.
Okay, yeah. So not as, because in America,
they were calling anyone that did not look like them Negro.
Yeah, darker skin. Okay, so because why I'm asking that is to point out the specific, that because Negro, as far as in like white United States Europeans or whatever, call black folk, aka black folks, as being Negro, not meaning negro as meaning in the Spanish word of black, but Negro and meaning its own separate term. Not necessarily California. Is that, am I wrong, or right to think that?
You're committing an etymological fallacy, because you're taking a word and you're trying to make it mean something that is outside of the time frame in which the word was used. I'm staying within the context of the time frame in which the word was used, and I'm not going to 1900s or the 18 and 1900s where we're dealing with America and the way that they're using the word and what it's supposed to mean and the connotations of the word Negro for these fucking white people. I'm not.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let me, if you don't mind, I want to cut you, because I was only saying that because I thought that you were doing that. That's why I pointed that out, as I thought you were doing that.
No, I would never. I'm not going to commit an etymological fallacy when I know I'm dealing with a specific word in a certain time period that had a specific meaning for a certain classification of fucking people. I'm not going to do
that. And I'm not going to argue with you. If you're saying that, I'm going to argue with that. I'm gonna run with you on that. If that's your stand, okay. Because the only reason I brought that up, because you're saying that I'm the one committing that, but that wasn't my intention of bringing that up. I was only trying to say, is that what the case is? Because it sounded like you were trying to say that or insinuate that. And since you're telling me I was wrong to think that you were insinuating that, I'll digress and say that, okay, that's the only reason why I brought that up, because I thought you were doing that.
I always have a historical timeline that I will follow. You will never move me from the historical timeline and take me from 1492 into 1865. I'm not finna jump from that period to that. I'm gonna walk you through the actual process of a timeline, because that's true methodology. There's a chronology that happened, and inside of that chronology, we have all these little small events that lead up to bigger events that grew over time and to get to somewhere. So again, when we're talking about black people as they would call and as they have defined who black people were, we are not in what we call today the United States of America before the Europeans arrive here. And when I say Europeans, I don't care if it's the Dutch, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the French, the British, whoever the hell it is. I'm saying we ain't here.
They came from the continent, European. Or Europe. That's what you mean. Any part of Europe is what you're referring to, European. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what they call themselves. Go ahead, Fabio.
Okay, so
hold on, Blue. Hold on. Xavier.
What's up, Sean? I've been sitting in the back listening, and in the chat listening, and I'm trying to figure out what's the discrepancy about our people and how our people got here. I mean, what's the holdup? I mean, where did you not learn this at? Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not trying to go.
What part of this did you disagree with when you were 12, 13, 15, 18, 20? I mean, what happened during your youth? What parts of this did you not get? Because this isn't argued by anybody on the planet except for people who don't want to descend from slaves. So what are you talking about? Hold on. Portuguese and some other countries have apologized for their role in the slave trade. Mm-hmm. So what are you talking about, bro? I really need to know.
Now that is all directed at me, correct? Just to be very clear. Okay, for sure. And I'm glad you brought it up like that when you said about my teens, because honestly, that is where me personally, my stance did originally started. Before I started going along with the concept and why I resonated with the concept of us being already here.
Hold on, before you finish, bro, I'm gonna let you finish. You said before, so when did you start going with the position you take now?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to. That's where I was going with.
I need a year because I know it's 2016, 17, 18, one of those years. Which year is it?
Okay, so back up. Okay, if you're asking me a specific date, ask me the question again that you want a specific date on.
No, I'm saying when did you? Who introduced you to this thought, and you start running with this thought?
Before I gave it, but I didn't give a thought just yet. I didn't even present it. So when you're asking me that question, I need to give you an honest answer. Give me more specific of what you were saying, so that I can be honest and give you that answer. Because when you're saying I didn't even present a whole thought, I was about to give you my thought, but I didn't give you it.
Position that you've been in the Americas before anything else, and always been here. When did you take?
Okay, you cut out when you said that. I didn't catch the first part. I apologize. Go ahead. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, when did you start thinking that you've always been in America?
Okay, that I personally, for sure, if you were even though you said it like that, you might not mean it like that, but it's my people's, if that's where you're going with. But me personally, since I was born, you didn't say that. Just answer that directly. Okay. But as my people,
I'm not gonna lie on your people, bro. Yeah, I'm not gonna let nobody lie, bro. Tell the truth.
No, I'm saying as my people. No, I know, because the way you asked it, I'm just saying directly. But I'm gonna assume what you meant.
No shit like that. I'm not gonna let you lie on your people, bro. They're gonna smack the shit out of you.
Now, hold up, because when you say it like that, you don't even know to say it like that, because the fact you don't even know that. You don't even know, because you don't know me like that to say it like that.
No black person.
You can assume.
Listen to me, bro. Listen to me. No black person in America ever taught themselves or their children and their grandchildren that they always been here. This is a new age movement that just started a few years ago, less than 10 years ago. When I asked you, when did you start resonating as someone who felt like they've always been here, you wouldn't tell the truth and say when you're Callaway, Caremio, or any of these other nuts that simply sit there and say that. You knew in school.
But hold up, but that ain't technically true though. But I'm just saying, I started to. I'm just saying, that ain't technically true.
You knew that your ass was black your whole entire life. When you got free lunch and your motherfucking parents filled out that schoolwork paperwork at the beginning of the year, they checked black/African American on that shit. They didn't check other. They didn't check white. They didn't fill out other and then put Native American or Aboriginal or Indigenous. They didn't put none of that shit. They checked black/African American. When you got racially profiled by motherfucking police, your ass was black African American. When your ass was called a nigger, your motherfucking ass was black African American. So I am asking you specifically, when the fuck did you become an Aboriginal Indigenous motherfucker on this goddamn planet?
The whole cool part about what you saying, cause it's funny, but it's funny in a good way because like I can't argue the way you just said that. The way you said that, you was on point. But the problem I have with that, first of all, okay. To be honest, you don't know me to assume all that, but it does fall in line. So I'm not gonna act like it ain't true. It doesn't apply to me because that does apply to me. But you don't even know that to assume that. But I'm just throwing that out there. Whatever. I'm not trying to use that as to hold something like I got you moment or nothing. I'm just want to point out you don't really know me like that to say all that, but it did resonate with what you're saying. I can honestly tell you that it does apply to me to an extent. Now the thing about that though is the same mother that checked all that bullshit. I always question her about it because she also as well told me. Listen, I'm gonna tell you that I'm about to tell you.
Hold on, bro. You got 5 minutes in the back, bro. You got 45 seconds in the back. Draco, I put this nigga in the back. He's talking about he questioning his mama. He came out his mama coochie. How you questioning your mama? You came out your mama coochie. She know what you is, bro. She know she black. She know your daddy black, and y'all had a black. They had a black ass kid in a black ass situation around motherfucking other black people. You ain't motherfucking Indian. You ain't got no motherfucking DNA that put your motherfucking ass here. Your haplogroups don't line up. Your genetic biology don't line up with nothing. You ain't got no culture to resemble any of this shit that you always been here. Stop the motherfucking cap. 45 seconds in the back for arguing with your goddamn mama, man.
You didn't even know what the argument was, though.
You back home.
I know he didn't even know what the argument was.
He said he put you in the back for.
Yeah, I like what he's saying. I like how he's trying to say that. I like how you say that though. But you don't even know what the argument was. But I'll give you that one. I'll give you the way you said it.
Argue with your mama is crazy.
No, because the reason why I'm trying to say is why I was arguing because she's the reason. She was the one that told me about us being native. Okay, having the native heritage. And listen, no, hold up.
She told you.
Listen. But you gotta let me put it out there before you can correct me. And I'm not saying so far what you're saying is not all the way wrong, but it ain't all the way right. But let me tell you why my argument is in there. Let me tell you first before you can shut me down. Before you can put me in my place, let me put it out there first. Because I'm not saying you wrong, but you ain't let me say it yet. You just assuming. Let me say it. Okay. Now. My point is that she's the reason why I had why the argument because of the fact that she did check the whole black African American narrative. But the thing is that I also question her. Why would you say that if she never ever had no real? She just said because I don't know. That's just what I was. That's they call us. That's what they call us. That's
so
what how she
got no DNA. You ain't took a DNA.
But hear me out though. I'm saying this is how she was saying that it didn't make no sense for her to just run with that narrative and then there's no evidence behind it. She ain't got no. She has no African ties. Her personally because she's saying that we were.
Bro, she gonna have African ties. She was born in America. She's a person of African descent. So my whole point is, you saying all
that's
that.
According to what they're telling us. That's what she's saying too.
Who is they? Copper Draco, tell your boy I'm smarter than this. Who the fuck is they?
They meaning the white folks that are in power to say the narrative, the government.
Why would the white folks mislabel who you are when they got a whole fucking Native American running around here that they have no problem identifying as Native American.
Because that's the part. Because now with me personally, my family,
Native American running around here. You from Cali, bro? Where you from?
I was raised in Cali, but I wasn't born in Cali. But yeah, my family line, my mother and my father, they're not from California. They're from the South. They're from the South. My family. I was born in Texas, but I was raised in California, so I'm a Californian. Period.
Well, I knew it.
And I'm not saying you're wrong about that. Okay, but what I'm saying is my family, my mother and my father, their background is not from California. So that part, they're from the South, and they're all tied that way. But me personally, I'm a Californian, but I was born in Texas.
When did y'all move to Cali?
What year or what are you asking specifically?
No, I'm asking.
Like what year?
Yeah, what year did your people move to Cali?
83. But when I moved to California. My mother moved me to California from Texas in 1983.
So where was your pops?
He was still where he at today. It was in Texas.
In Texas? What part of Texas?
Yeah, Amarillo,
Texas.
Yeah, that nigga ain't never left Amarillo to the very day.
What did you call him?
I said that nigga ain't never left Amarillo to this day.
And guess who all surround your pops in Amarillo?
That part I'm not all the way for sure about, but from what I went back there, it was a mix. It was a mix of people. When I went back there, I was gonna say honestly,
them motherfucking Mexicans down there, nigga.
That part, well, majority, yeah, okay, yeah, you got me about that. The majority for sure, but there was still a mix of people. But the majority, and that part, El Paso, because my family is in El Paso, Houston, all that, and a majority of everybody, because especially in El Paso, is Mexican.
Yeah, I feel
because they're right next to Mexico. So yeah, I be tripping out when I go back to El Paso and I see Mexico from the freeway. So everybody Mexican, damn near. In El Paso and where my family's at, in Amarillo, a lot of them little cities in Texas. You ain't wrong about that.
So why you ain't Mexican?
That part, that's the thing. I'm low key. When I be around the Mexicans in California, they be acting like, damn, you ain't Puerto Rican or Mexican like that. They look, and I'm like, as far as I know, I'm not. But if I am, I wouldn't deny it. I wouldn't be surprised if it come to find out because of my mama's side. Because she don't even see. That's what I'm saying. There's a whole lot of complications behind that. I haven't really been able to figure it all the way out.
No.
I was talking about what they told me.
No, we gonna keep this shit. Ain't no complications, bro.
But as far as meaning this, because my mama's daddy, come to find out, he ain't what she thought it was, and what she thought it was, he wasn't no Pan-African type shit, or meaning that he thought he was Pan-African.
This the fourth time you done said this shit.
Okay, now define what I think that to be. When I define what I think that to be. To answer that question.
Define Pan-African. See how I define black people?
Yeah, I know. I'm about to give you what I define. Now, if I'm incorrect, you can educate me.
What black is. Define what Pan-African is.
From why I use that term, from my understanding, is when the concept of thinking that we originated from being Africans, that we are African descended, like our whole ancestors like that. Well then correct me and educate me, please.
It's not the definition of Pan-African.
Then please correct me and educate me.
Listen, I'm gonna keep it simple, just so it'll register. Pan-Africanism is an action. It is not. It is not where you can define it as anything outside of an action. It ain't got nothing to do with a group. Listen, bro, we all on the panel right now. Let's say something happened to you. You lost your job. You can't pay your bills. And every last one of us came together and raised some money to get you through for the next 90 days until you're able to get back on your feet and
That's Pan-Africanism.
That's Pan-Africanism, an action to help our brother or sister in a time of need. It's not what the fuck y'all keep making about.
Damn, okay. If that's true, then damn, I'll fall back. I'll fall back with that. That was my ignorant ass thing. You're not realizing that.
It's not just you, bro. That's why
I know, but be alone. I'm just saying that. Yeah, I fall against that narrative. That's if it is, I'm gonna have to do my research to make sure that what you're saying, because what you're saying sound good, and I'm gonna run with it at this moment in this
No, but there's
conversation.
Pan-Africanism practiced on the continent right now. If you look at the Sahel Confederation, Burkina Faso, Mali, right, and Niger, they're practicing. They're actually practicing Pan-Africanism as they're working together.
They're working against the French. They're working together against the British. They're trying to listen. Traore, they're trying to kill him. He's hiding out in these other countries. That's working together to get them where they need to get to reject a lot of shit that's going on. Like those are efforts by helping thy brother. I don't know where this shit comes in.
And why I can believe that? Why I can believe that is because it makes sense. Because looking back in the 70s and stuff like that, that was the whole concept of the movement. I mean, if it fits more with the narrative what you're saying.
Being black
that part, you know what I'm saying? That part and the whole community and the whole working together, right?
The Pan-Africanism comes out of action. Like when we were going through our shit during the civil rights and all of that shit, South Africa was dealing with apartheid. We had brothers and sisters on the continent in South Africa that were dealing with apartheid. The Pan-African movement, the action by black people in America, what made that Pan-Africanism was that the black people in America were out in the streets, stomping the grounds, beating the pavements, protesting on behalf of people on a whole nother continent. That's an action.
Yeah, that part. There you go.
That's an action.
That is everything. Okay. But wait a minute. That's the action. But that's not what you're saying.
It's not about moving back. It's not about moving back to Africa. It's about working together. We have a common enemy. The European. Let me show you this. There is a Asian grocery store 25 minutes from where I live right now, and they call it Pan-Asian.
Okay.
All the Asians go to this store because it has all the supplies that Asians specifically need for all of their dietary needs. But no one's saying shit about that goddamn grocery store being Pan-Asian. Or when white supremacy has to defend itself against all these other groups of ethnicities, that's Pan-American to them. Excluding whatever, but creating an option for them to do that because they're protecting their supremacy. You can't fear when black people unite and create opportunities and actions to resolve issues. What made the Black Panthers, and people say that was an action of Pan-Africanism.
Why though?
Because they created institutions to help the fucking kids.
For the kids in Americas though, right? But why? Okay, according to what you, when I heard you saying, it resonated, right? When you said one note. But okay, hold up. But correct me if I'm wrong, Dad. I could have sworn I heard you say when you were saying about Pan-Africanism as an action there was a time where we were trying to fight for people on that continent. Here, us being people here trying to stand to the march for the folks for those.
I gave you an example of you losing your job and couldn't afford to pay your rent. That had nothing to do with
it. That's how you started. But then you also went off and said about the fact that there was a time when we were doing a stomping and marching about folks in Africa, right?
Notice when I give you chronology, I gave you a date. I talked about a historic event during that date that transpired. And in solidarity is the word there. We marched in solidarity for our brothers and sisters on a whole nother continent.
And calling that African or Pan-Africanism, right? Isn't that what you
action?
Yeah, okay, but that's separate from the actual meaning. That's why you brought that up? Because you weren't trying to correlate that as Pan-Africanism. You were saying that was separate from that.
It's an action.
Yes.
It's about unification. It's an action to show them that we're with them during these times of apartheid. And us showing solidarity and unity with them, we protested.
But is that? But you bringing that into the conversation as Pan-Africanism is what I'm needing to understand.
Hold on. This is you don't know what Pan-Africanism is, so when you hear
That's what I'm asking.
You can't keep asking. I'm answering the question, but you can't keep. You got to listen to learn.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to. Because the way it's sounding like you're saying two different things, I'm trying to follow along. Maybe I'm slow. My fault. My fault. Maybe I'm slow.
It's slow. I'm repeating it on purpose because every example that I'm giving you is an action.
Yeah. Okay.
In solidarity and unity. So again, when shit jumped off and they have Pan-African conferences. Motherfuckers leave the United States, the Caribbeans, and South America and go over to the continent of different parts of Africa and where they're hosting these conferences and they all go in there and give their ideas, perspectives, and scenarios and solutions. That's what's going on in the United States, what's going on in the Caribbeans, what's going on in South America, what's going on all over across the Africa, what's going on in Europe, and other places where people are. We are getting out our ideas to come up with solutions to not only help continental Africans, but Africans in the diaspora. The problem is when people call to action and present something, you don't know what that action is. Because you thought Pan-Africanism was a doctrine. It ain't a doctrine. It's an action.
Okay, if it's an action, okay, I'm following you. But if it's an action, but the way you said it right now, from what I got out of it,
I need you to understand this. NATO is Pan-Europeanism. European Union is Pan-Europeanism. That's two examples of Europeanism.
Okay, hold on. Can you repeat that again? Can we put that one more time? So I don't think I caught what you just said.
So the European Union is Pan-European. NATO. No, you heard of NATO. That's Pan-Europeanism. America is Pan-European because America is WASP. It was supposed to be for white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. This is simple. It's simple. And then you have Pan-Asians, where it ain't just Japanese, Pan, Thailand, Taiwan, all these motherfuckers, they Pan-Asians. They come to America to get an education, get certain jobs, or learn these techniques and take them back to Asia and develop their countries. That's an action of Pan-Asian.
Okay, so with all what you just said, if I'm still following you correctly, so Pan-Africanism would still be an action, call to action, but it's still narrated back to Africans or folks that originated from Africa. Is that, am I hearing that correctly?
No,
you don't even have to be in Africa to practice Pan-Africanism.
I get that, but yeah, it's still a whole collective of people that are supposed to originate from Africa.
No, but it's people. We have people who are the African descent, man.
Say it again.
Do you know how many people were taken out of the continent?
Okay, yeah. So then you answering that's my whole question. Is that where it still goes back to the ideal, though, right?
Pause. I asked you a question. Do you know how many people were displaced all over the world that come out of the continent?
No, I do not. Honestly, do not.
I'm talking Africans in Europe. I'm talking Africans in the Western Hemisphere. There's millions of Africans that are out there. And that's why they call it the African diaspora.
Okay. Okay. Now, back to that part. I hear you. I'm hearing you.
Listen, there's a Pan-Native American. There's a Pan-Indigenous movement. During the 60s, when we had the Black Power movement, there was a whole Red Power movement. Where the fuck were you niggas at? Where were you niggas at? You wasn't in the Black Power movement. You wasn't in the Red Power movement. Where the fuck was you at?
Where were y'all niggas in history, period? Y'all never wrote about anything. African people wrote about it. Afro descendants wrote about all kind of shit. came up with organizations, churches, schools. Where are you niggas in history?
Oh man, don't ever.
Okay, what African? Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're right. But what Africans from what country in Africa? Which ones are you referring when you say that? Which Africans are you
Look
talking
at that.
about?
This is another stupid ass response. And y'all being nice.
Is it though? Honestly, is it truly a stupid? Because Africa's if we all know Africa's a continent, and there's countries in Africa. When you say that,
and we just saying you know African Americans, bro, Black Americans are the descendant of multiple different ethnic groups from West and Central Africa, bro.
Okay.
Not just from one group.
Okay, I'm not arguing with that. I'm not arguing with that part. When you made,
Then why would you say what country we come from?
No, but listen, because when you said either was you or him or both of y'all were saying that a bunch of Africans started writing about this in history and this and that. Okay, but I'm asking
Afro descendants, bro. Afro descendants, dude.
But okay, which African? Because if you're talking about Africans, we're talking about Africans from a continent of Africa.
Bro, this is not hard, bro.
No, but that's what you're saying. How am I wrong when that's what you're saying? How am I wrong? That's what you're saying.
Hold on, Mo. Hold on. Listen, he answered your question when he said the people that began writing about it, because we were in these areas where the shit wasn't being challenged. So Afro descendants begin writing, defending, and protecting our presence, not only in the Americas, but throughout the diaspora and on the continent, because they were leaving Africa out of history books. They were leaving they were designating like Egypt as an example. They were clamoring for Egypt to remove it off the continent of Africa and make it something that it was. So diasporans who were educated peeped the game, and they created coalitions to write against European ideology in the West and in the rest of the world to bring forth our existence and our position. Because had they not done that, our shit would have started at slavery, how they been teaching that bullshit. And the motherfuckers like, no, we didn't start at slavery. We had this, we had that, we got this, we got that. Africans on the continent and Africans throughout the diaspora in European countries and in the Western Hemisphere helped cultivate that historical moment and moved it. And then Europeans, some of them, not all, some of them Europeans began to speak out and speak on these things academically and start proving the shit that we've been saying. Like the Leakies as an example, when we said we were here before you other motherfuckers was here, and they was like, you're crazy as shit. That's the dumbest shit. Listen to me. Let me finish.
Okay.
White people solidified the existence of black people being on the earth and populating this bitch first. White people, them and their fields, they're arguing this bullshit. We weren't arguing with the motherfuckers. We told them what it is. No, we was on this motherfucker minding our business, not needing none of this shit y'all got going on until we seen you motherfuckers. When the first white person to enter the land, the motherfucker will die. That was our thoughts. That is the Mossy prophecy, and that's how shit goes down. So we knew not what everybody else was doing until we were in these areas and we began to learn and pick up these things. That's why they didn't want your ass to read or fucking write. And you sitting here and you giving us examples of why you don't read or fucking write.
No, well, yeah, right there. I'm gonna take that. Like how you said that, how you presented that was cold. You gave that narrative right. Okay, and I'm fall back.
But you know what? But that proves the point once again, right? That proves the point once again. You never read anything about Black American history, right? You don't know anything about it. You never read about what our ancestors wrote for themselves. They wrote and they spoke for themselves. We have primary sources that exist. We still have structures that are around from the 18th century that they created. We also have, here's something else that you don't have with indigenous people. You don't have something called cultural continuity. You know what we have? We have cultural continuity from West and Central Africa. Did you know that, sir?
From what you're saying, but I mean, I'm not saying all the way agree with what you're saying, but I hear you.
You don't agree with it? Oh, we have the evidence.
No, but the part about saying that it only falls like the separation part is what I'm not.
Do you know what cultural continuity is? What that means?
Educate me. Let's say I don't.
Oh shit, bro.
Let's say I
So
don't.
it's like it's things that have been retained from culture from different cultures that were practiced in Africa, bro.
Okay.
Cultural aspects like braiding hair, like head wraps, like in some cases, like African folklore or African proverbs.
Okay.
Or how about games? Or how about games like Double Dutch and I forgot some of the other games and shit that we play.
Okay. So I'm not saying I don't. I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But at the same time, let's say this. Those when we say we were already here before the Europeans wanted to start colonizing this land, that if we all came from Africa, if we all originated, if that is motherland to all, isn't it not true or fair to say that's period? That's the whole.
No, but you're talking about people who migrated out.
I'm just asking.
No, people migrated out 55 to 75,000 years ago. We're within the last 240 years.
Okay, so migrated out, but okay.
Callie,
even if that's right.
hold on, D. Hold on. I need you to understand what he's saying here. I'm saying that to answer your question, we can't be so we can't give it to you where you can't digest it. So we're trying to spoon feed you like a baby. So what we're saying to you is, yes, Africa is the motherland for all people. But that is a fundamental argument. That is a fundamental argument because as people dispersed out of Africa and populated other places on the continent, they had to adapt to those environments and stay in those environments long enough to become their own isolated people, in which they did. This is why you get different shades of the spectrum of wheat on the color bin. And what I mean by that, people closest to the equator and people furthest away from the equator. So if you look at wheat and the evolutionary process of wheat, there's many different shades of that one wheat. If you just look out in the field, you're going to get many different shades of wheat. All of that has to deal with the environment, environmental pressures, and how people became the way they became. If you go look at Asians, slanted eyes, the first thing you say something about is their slanted eyes. And then they got different shades of the motherfucking Asians. They all ain't the same. They got different shades. Because if you go into Northeast Asia, the motherfuckers get real light. So light, they look damn near white, but they ain't. So my point is on this spectrum of dealing with Homo sapiens or wise humans and how they left out of Africa and start to become their own people. Some migrate back in, some don't, and continue this historical journey on where they're going. Your black ass still don't show up in Texas until a white person bring your ancestors there. So no matter what you say.
Now, me personally, honestly, I'll be a damn fool to try to sit there and then tell you you're wrong because I have yet to figure that out.
Hold on, Mo.
I can't see that either.
Hold on, Mo. Hold on. Melanator, where the fuck you go? You was just right here. Where the hell you go?
Where'd she go?
Hold on, I'm trying to get her back in the show. Maybe
Texas. We didn't even in Texas until the 19th century.
Yeah.
And we were in other places like Alabama before then. We were in places like North Carolina, South Carolina, Maryland, and Virginia. And then we were taking to places like Alabama.
Hold on. We got a lady on the panel. We got a lady on the panel. We got a lady on the panel. What you want? What you want, Melanator?
How you doing, sis?
Peace. I just was wanting to add to the cultural retention part that came up, but you guys have moved from there. So that's
go ahead and speak your 1, 2. I'm go ahead.
Yeah, just to add to Callie's point, that like oftentimes when people are like, hey, what country do you descend from in Africa? What African tribe are you from? It's at least it's documented, like on the people who acknowledge Africa on that side, the fact that they were moved around, intermingled, all of that is documented, right? So if you have somebody who is Fulani and they have a child with an Ashanti man, and then that child has a child with the Yoruba, and then that child has a child with a Mende person, right? You know, you could kind of get to see why using the term African does become more relevant because you can't say, oh, are you Ashanti, Fanti, Fulani? Yeah, like what what are you gonna call that person? They literally have multiple cultures or ethnic groups because they're intermarrying by way of the conditions of slavery. But then when you start seeing the carrying on of certain songs, certain words, certain foods, certain burial customs, certain marriage customs, right? Then you start to see the culture surviving, even though it might not be in its full form. You will meet someone of that culture and say, "Oh, we call this word, and you call it the same word." Yet my people, there's no record of them traveling to your country and outside of slavery. That's literally the only traveling. So then you're like, okay, how did this get there? And that's an example of cultural retention or what was the term that you used, Callie? Cultural
Cultural continuity.
continuity, where the culture continues from one location to another. And I mean, there's a whole humongous, I don't know how many page book called Africanisms in America that literally lists out like so many of those little continuities. Um, pouring libations or pouring a little bit of liquor out when somebody passes away. That's one example of you seeing something that came is very prominent in like how many of the 54 countries they're going to pour libations for when someone's when they're honoring the ancestors and they're evoking the ancestors. It's literally part of libation. So I just I'm not saying for you to do a full on, study on African culture in order to get those answers, but a quick study on Africa could answer a lot of those questions.
Is the pause on? Cause was you asking a question to me? Is that why we paused? Just I'm putting out there. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
hmm
Because if everything you just said was directed at me, I apologize. Because I'm
It was.
okay. Shit. My apology for being rude like that. Because I heard a lot of what you said, but I didn't catch what you're asking me to respond to. Can you at least repeat that for us? I'm supposed to respond. I
It was
apologize.
around the cultural continuity part. So I guess
There
if
was
you
no response needed because she just broke down the question and the things that you have
Sean is
been,
showing the book. Look on the screen, brother. Look on the screen, brother. Sean is
Okay.
showing you that's the book. Africanism in American culture. You see where it says right there? You see the
There's two
author
editions.
Joseph E.
Holloway.
Holloway,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
right? This is the second edition. Show on the side, showing how thick the book is.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh,
See right?
look, you see how thick that book is?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, it's loads and loads. I have the electronic version.
Yeah, I have both versions. I have both. It's actually two volumes, right? It's volume 1 and volume 2. So I showed the first one and then I showed the second one.
Now, just for context, there, are you saying you're pointing out how thick it is because it's got that much information, but because it's got so much information that it's got to be based upon something to
It's
take
well
serious?
cited, bro. It's well. I don't know.
No,
You don't
no, I'm
know.
saying
Wait,
that's your whole
are
point,
you
though,
saying
right?
you gotta be
I'm
based
not
on
arguing
what?
against it. I'm just
Wait,
asking to
so
make
your question.
clear what you're
Ask the
saying.
end part of the question. Ask the end part of the question.
I'm saying is you presenting how thick the book is to point out that it has this much amount of information in there that it has to be taken serious because it has so much information. Is that I'm not arguing against it. I'm saying is
So
that the
what
point
I'm
of why you
saying is
bring
that
it?
what I'm saying is that the book is a source academic book. It's not a pamphlet like Dan Calloway's book. It's not just like like a person just like bedtime
Yeah.
stories,
Yeah, I get
right?
you. Okay, but
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying. I'm
yeah.
just want to just narrate this to make sure that is what I'm hearing you're saying. That's that why you pointing that out, right? That's why
What
you
book is
wanted to go
that?
hard on making sure that you see how
It's the
thick it is
first
when you said
volume,
that, right?
first
Okay.
edition right here. It's the
Okay.
first edition of it.
Okay.
So there's two
Okay.
editions of this book.
Uh-huh.
2 editions. This is the first one. I already showed you that's the second one. This is the first edition.
Okay.
So
And
when you're doing a second edition, you're gonna, you're going to be adding new information, to your book. You're going to approve upon it, So after the first one, it was able to get any sort of scrutiny from
yeah.
academia about this, and then the person makes adjustments.
So
And
clearly
is there anyone in the Aboriginal community that has
that can match up with
second
that kind of history,
that,
that kind of
that
research work.
has any sort of notable text
Okay.
that they've written? Please just let's know the name of this so we can
Okay.
educate ourselves.
Okay, I hear you with that argument, and then with you saying it like that and presenting it like that, I can that's fair to say why your stance would be that way, and I would be looking stupid or looking like or crazy to go against that when I can't come up with the same type of resources or kind of evidence to say, well, this is what we got on our side to kind of counterbalance. I get that. I'm not even trying to argue against that. Boom. That was a good right there. That was like a good checkmate point if I was trying to go against that. I'm not saying that. I'm more so asking these questions. First of all, I want to make clear. I'm more asking these kind of questions because I'm not all the way on board with what y'all saying. I'm not all the way on board with the Aboriginal. I'm just saying it makes more sense to me to go with it on certain aspects. Now, educate me.
Hold on, but how can it make more sense to you when you don't know the history, bro?
Let me put out what I'm trying to say before you argue, because I'm not really trying to completely argue. What I'm saying is I'm only trying to argue what the point is, because how can we say either side is what it is? I'm just saying this is what makes more sense with me because of the things I learned, I've been told, I've been said, Educate me if that's what y'all doing to educate us, the people. Let me know how I'm wrong so I can get off that narrative to prove. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at, and I'm only arguing against the fact that it just
ain't
don't
trying to
right.
get off that narrative, though. You're not trying to get off that narrative. You would have conceded. You would have conceded more in the conversation when someone with a little bit, I'm not calling you stupid, but with a little bit more intelligence about the subject matter on certain things, presented the information to be able to provide you with that via conversation. Now we can source up, and we can really get into it if we really want to get into it, but it's just a conversation. So what I'm saying is, based on where you are in your thought process, what evidence do you have that you can present that would lead you to the conclusion in which you're presenting on the panel today? None exists.
But see what you saying it like that, I didn't even get a chance to actually present a whole entire thought to act like that is the.
It's not presenting a thought, bro. It's not a presenting a thought. It is what evidence exists. What I'm saying to you is, what evidence do you have that you can prove without a shadow of a doubt, evidence-based material, that you were in the Americas before the European appeared?
That I'm working on. That's my answer.
Do you know the primary?
I'm working on.
You should have that evidence.
Because you can't have a conclusion. You're arguing with us.
But again, hold on. But see, again, you keep trying to say that I presented that argument, but I didn't yet, though. I never got to say that yet.
You can't draw a conclusion based off some shit you ain't even gathered.
But I didn't even give you a conclusion, though. But that's all I'm just saying. You making more than what I've actually yet to say yet. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Listen to me, bro. You have came to a conclusion on some shit without the evidence to prove your position. because the way that you're pushing back on everything, I'm not here to convert you. I can give a fuck if you what you believe. You're going to have that belief because it's your right to believe what the fuck you want to believe. But when evidence smack you in your face, you either going to accept it or you're going to move the fuck around. So I'm just specifically.
No, you ain't nothing wrong about what you're saying like that, but I ain't trying to move around it. You assuming that because you ain't let me even get it out there yet. That's my point.
Specifically saying to you that you have determined in your mental that you are something that you're not based on what you have not discovered yet. You just admitted to us that you are holding a position based on what you have not discovered yet.
Holding to put is that actually correct? I mean,
yes.
I have to
No, that's exactly what you said. Hold on. And based on that, and based on your position, bro. No, bro. Let me say this real quick, bro. Let me say this real quick. Based on your position, you're gonna based on your position, bro, because you're already super biased towards the wrong side. I'm just gonna say it because that side is incorrect. You're gonna try to grasp anything you can to try to prove yourself right.
Hold on. Exit 101 said, convert you to what? Who you? None of us are on the panel trying to convert you. We aren't trying to convert you to nothing. You're converting yourself to something that you ain't even got evidence for.
So, can I just say, it sounds like what Sean was telling you, brother, is that if you are starting off saying, I don't believe that I descend from slaves. I never
actually said that though.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. Just saying.
You are starting off with an idea. Yeah, that's if you were listening, that's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. So there's no need.
Go ahead. Please finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was quiet for a long time while y'all
I apologize. Excuse me. I apologize. Please finish.
Okay. It does sound like you're starting your research off, right? That's the way that you are coming across with a certain idea in mind, looking to disprove it, and that is not the way you should conduct research.
Now I can accept you saying it like that because that's more accurate to what it is. The way you said it like that, that's more accurate. But because I never put a stand on this panel just yet. That I have yet to be able to finish it because when I'm trying to get where I'm going, y'all assume this is where I'm going. I ain't really landed. I'm just throwing out questions because that's where I'm at. You're more on point. What you just said right now.
Do you believe that you're indigenous too?
No, wait.
Do you believe that your ancestors were indigenous to North America? Do you believe that your ancestors?
I do believe some of them, yes. But so what? Like I said, when the statement you just gave right now, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that stand, like how you just said. It sound like I'm presenting like I did this. I'm kind of trying to come with it. How you said that's more fair than anything to say that. I can get behind that. Now, if you want to check me on that belief, then go ahead and run with that. That's why I'll say my stances, and if y'all have a disagreement on that, and I'm wrong, then check me on that part.
So can I ask another clarifying question?
Please,
you believe that some of your ancestors were indigenous to America?
From what I was told from my elders. That's why I do that.
So the question that I have is, what ethnicity or what cultural background would you describe the rest of your ancestors? If some was Native American or indigenous, and others were what?
But me personally, like as an individual type of thing, and not as a whole, like as a general type of term. As me individually, that's not even a question. That's a question that I can't honestly answer because me individually is so fucked up. Right in my background right now, that's why I'm trying to figure this shit out. Me personally, but as a whole collective, if I were to go off of that way, that's a different conversation. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just being fair and honest about it because I'm still trying to learn from both sides.
Indigenous.
Because,
So you're saying that the only culture that you acknowledge is
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I am not saying that.
I'm talking
Though.
about for yourself. I'm saying for yourself.
I'm not saying that. To answer your
And
question.
what other,
So are you willing to take a DNA test?
Besides Indigenous?
If that honestly would really prove some real shit, because how would that prove something? Where would the evidence come in? I'm down with that. If you could tell me, okay, who is me giving the DNA?
He's
what
not
DNA
gonna take a
person
DNA
is that gonna
test.
go
You
up?
see all that? You see all that?
No, I'm telling you,
DNA, but don't even
I'm asking
understand
you,
it.
but what me putting the DNA? Where are they getting the answer from? I'm asking you, where is that coming from? That's all I'm asking.
Why are you starting off from such a
No, I'm saying yes. My first answer
place?
was yes. My first answer was yes, and then I'm saying with me doing that, how would that help me be able to learn? Is my follow-up question. But I'm
Well, it's
down.
gonna show you your it's gonna show you your genetic makeup. So
And
we'll
I'm
be able to
asking
see
you
if you have
how.
any
That's what I'm saying.
No, it will
asking
show you
how.
if you have any indigenous ancestry.
If you go into
Again, the question you're saying it will, but I'm asking you how though. I'm just to know for education purposes. How is that going to be?
Right now, go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, how does the DNA test how does it work? How does a DNA test work? How does it let me know what my most recent descendancy is?
Okay, but me asking on ChatGPT is that, but you guys are telling me that it will. I'm asking you, but if you already know because you guys done it, what would you guys learn out of it? I'm not arguing against like it won't.
Sir, I'm telling you, it will explain it.
Okay, but if you're telling me, you guys are telling me that it will. I'm asking you, how do you guys know that? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Because you said you're showing me all this other evidence. Can you please help me with that too?
It lined up with my genealogy. When I took a test, whatever I was told that people went from this place to this place to this place, that joint was on my test. I was like, holy shit. That's all I know.
You went off of faith. You just went off of faith of what that they told you. Is that fair to say that, or is it deeper than that? And I'm not arguing. Listen, I'm not even trying to argue it. I'm just trying to get what you're telling me.
I'm telling you. Do you know what genealogy is?
Yes.
What's that?
You're asking me what is genealogy?
What is it? Yeah, tell me what it is.
Genealogy is when you go in the whole history of the tracing of ancestral of a person's relative, where they came from, the little past line of your bloodline, in other words, I guess you say.
When you said, well, I'm just going with what they told me. What were you?
When I asked you that, the way you presented is what you said, because when you did it, you did a DNA test. The results is they just sound like from what I heard you say, that's why
this is why you need to go ahead and Google that, bro.
I said my results lined up with my genealogy. That's what I said.
Oh, okay, I missed.
She's referring to the DNA. Let me explain it clear. The DNA test and her family matches matched up with her genetic. Hold on, listen to me, bro.
I have a pushback.
Hold on, listen to me.
He got a pushback already.
Her DNA test. Right? And her family matches from her DNA test.
Boom.
Matched
Okay.
up.
You can stop right there.
Chill for a second, bro.
Let
me explain it to you. Hold on. Let me finish it. Let me finish what I'm saying, man. Stop jumping out the window. Relax. Okay, let me get it all out then.
Go ahead.
Chill.
Go ahead.
Okay, like I said, her DNA test and her family matches from her DNA test aligned with her family records. So what it did is it also helps you fill in blanks where your family records may sometimes fail. But you know what I'm saying? So this is why it's good. Sometimes you can run into family members you didn't know you had, and they might have already put together part of your family tree. And you can look it up, and you can as a group, you guys can work together to help put together your family tree, right? Because you come across people that you may not have known that were. Because you know what? I found out several first cousins from the DNA test. Several. I found out other cousins. I found cousins that were from different ethnic groups. I have Caribbean cousins that
When
I've
you say
spoken
that,
to. I have
can,
African cousins. I have continental African cousins that I've spoken to.
and how, like, okay, now I'm not arguing with you, so I'm asking you because to get more educated. So don't take it like I'm challenging what you're saying. But I'm saying when you saying that to me, what can you kind of like break that down, like how, like what exactly what you mean by you
So
was
you
able to do that?
basically you share
How do you connect with these people like that?
So listen, you share
Because they
some
put it in
level
only
of
because
it. Listen,
you were lucky to
sir,
for them to
sir,
put that DNA in.
can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir? I'm trying to answer
Yeah, I
too.
hear
I'm
you.
saying if you share some DNA, for instance, if you took a DNA test and there is some person,
That
like
did
you
it
could
too.
find three people. Listen, you could find three people who y'all grandmothers are cousins, first cousins, right? That means you probably share a very, very small portion of your DNA that person's going to light up that your grandmother's cousins, right? That's how far it can find six generations away, 6, 7 generations. So if you share now, obviously for somebody one generation, you're gonna have way more genetic percentage connection with them. 2 generations gonna get smaller. 3 generations gonna get smaller. But it finds traces that you share actual genetics with that person. That's why they're saying this is your cousin. Now it could be your aunt, your uncle, like a fifth uncle or a eighth cousin or something like that. But you're still somehow
That's yeah.
genetically related to that person. So what we're saying is that if you haven't done you haven't even looked into this topic to understand it. That's one strike. Two, you already have a negative thing that it's not going to tell me this, and I seriously doubt it's going to be accurate. Then you're coming into it with a negative
No,
perspective.
I'm not.
That's
I'm not. That's not necessarily what I'm saying.
but
I'm just saying
I'm
how are
listening
you
to
as
you.
confident on that? Because you're saying what everything you just broke down, that you would have to get their DNA to be able to match that, right? And I'm
I'm
saying,
trying to
and
tell
that's
you,
what you're
no,
saying
I'm
that
trying, no,
happened.
no, listen. I'm trying to tell you that even if I wasn't confident in it, right? My grandmother's sister's grandkids popped up as my cousins on my fucking DNA.
Because they
This
admitted
little
the
boy, this
DNA,
little,
right? That's the only reason why
this
that could
little
be
boy,
possible.
this little
Yes or no?
boy, this little boy, this little boy, this young man, he's not a little boy, this young man doesn't even know about me, right? How I knew who he was is because I know his dad, and he's a junior. So I started typing because I can message him. That's how Callie is telling you. I started messaging him, and I'm like, "Oh, you're not your dad. You're the child." Oh, okay. Hello. How are you? I'm cousin melanated. Like that. It was a little like, okay, so you can find your actual blood relatives on there. I don't. I don't. It's yeah. So
But that's because they put the
people who
DNA
I'm
in that
related
too, right?
to, so people who I'm related to are in Africa. They took the test. Yes, they took the test. They wanted to know if they have they wanted to know if some of their relatives were taken in a transatlantic slave trade. Everybody there, everybody there isn't poor. People have $30 to buy a DNA test,
Okay,
and
so I hear you.
they were curious. They could be young people. Africa has the largest young population in the world, in the entire world, right? So they're
Yeah.
young people. Maybe they're curious, right? They're into STEM. Their minds are thinking, hey, I wonder if anyone in my heritage was taken, right? And they took the test. Does that make them, if their DNA lines up, how come I'm not populating with someone that's Norwegian? That doesn't came up. It didn't come up for me. You know,
Just
somebody
out
is
of curiosity.
Mongolian. That didn't come
Out
up
of
for me.
curiosity. Out of curiosity, you and anybody else on the panel that has done DNA testing and that has connected with people that you had never had no clue about until you did this DNA testing, and those same companies said that, oh, you match up with these people on this other side of the world, and then you end up somehow being able to get their number and contact with these people. That's what I'm hearing, though, right? So before I even go further, right? That's what
I personally haven't. I've seen YouTube videos of people have gone to Africa and met them.
No, but you personally, I'm saying when you did these traces, have you? Because I heard the gentleman, I'm not sure his
Okay,
name.
so let
who said it.
me share my little small experience. Was I was communicating with a sister who she had a Benji. She had a Muslim last name. She was Hausa, right? The sister was Hausa, and that's in what is present day Nigeria, but you know, it wasn't Nigeria always. So in communicating with her and trying to figure out where my heritage lied, she said, I don't know where to begin because her father, I think her father and her mother, both of them, their parents were in polygamous, they're children of polygamous situations. You see what I'm saying? So, like, her father's mother, husband had like mad wives. You see what I'm saying? So when you're trying to trace your uncles and your aunts, you see how complicated that could be. Somebody has like 8 wives, and I was like, shit, this is not as easy as like husband, wife, child, husband, wife, child. Like you trying to trace it. It's not that neat. That was my
There's a sister in Chicago. She's a geneticist. She's setting up this program where she's going to be able to connect African Americans back with their relatives in Africa. She has this program going up. Yeah, I gotta go get that information.
She probably
all I gotta do is text somebody. But yeah, that's what's happening right now. As there have been people who have gone back and actually met their family and got adopted by their family. They didn't. All of them moved there. A lot of them stay here, but they change their names, right? So a lot of them find out that they're related to people from the Yoruba, or the Igbo or Ashanti, right? 'Cause I have cousins for all 3 of them groups. I have cousins from Ibibio. I have cousins. I actually have Congolese cousins.
You got Efik? You got Efik? Efik?
No,
I think I'm saying it right.
I got Ga and Iwe.
Ga?
Yeah. Yeah, I got Ga cousin, Iwe cousins. I got Ashanti
So
cousins.
I don't really know all of the ethnic groups. I know so when I was looking at the cousins that showed up, then I was asking my homegirl that's Igbo, because she would know what last names were Igbo last names, what last names were Yoruba last names.
Yeah, I could tell if they're Yoruba or Igbo by their last name. I could tell immediately.
I can't tell. I don't know.
Yeah.
I had to Google it, or I asked my homegirl, and she was helping me with that. But I see, like, I know that y'all, the DNA is there. The DNA is a thing. But I just also just go by the culture. Like you showed the book. Like read the book. Because
he needs to buy the book, but I'm just gonna keep it 1,000. We're gonna keep it a buck. He's not gonna read none of that shit. He's not interested. He wants to believe. He's a natural contrarian. He wants to believe the goofy shit. He rather watch videos. He don't want to do no reading.
No.
He ain't gonna do shit, and he ain't gonna do no
funny
research.
part about it is the whole funny part though. You just assuming this shit, and I never even got to say anything yet for you. Yeah, you was assuming for
all
you to
your
make that
pushbacks and shit. All your pushbacks are evidence, bro. I be honest with you, I really don't
I'm gonna
care.
tell you, the book is $23.
First of all, hold up, because one thing I asked the question. There's real quick. There was a question I did ask that y'all went off, and I didn't try to interject, but y'all went off the topic. But can I ask the question again? because in a sense, it seemed like you ran away from whether you did or didn't, but that's just how I got out of it because I tried to ask it, but you didn't let me ask
But
it, and you like missed it right there.
you can answer it. Well, I will answer your question right after you because you didn't answer my question on what other ethnic group or cultures. So you said Native American or Indigenous American, right? Indigenous to America. You believe some. So the rest of them, what would they be?
To be
I
on
don't.
other to be real, how to this point of what it is, I just say other. For me personally, I say other because why I say it like that is because that I've been told multiple types of lines, but what that multiple is not cleared yet. I'm still working on my clarity of what those multiples are to answer your question personally, right? As me personally,
Okay.
as my family. Okay, that's my answer to that. So I don't have one state. I'm not saying I'm Aboriginal all the way. I'm saying that narrative fits me in a sense because from what I was told from my family members, okay, from what I was also told from them same family members, is they sound like they confused as well. You know what I'm saying? Because there's multiple, as far as in the genealogy on my matron side, on my mother's side, from the part that I've gotten out of it, it has a bunch of mixtures involved with the whole who's what of what. But it's not complete enough for me to really stand on it on that part, right? But off my
Yeah,
on my
okay,
father's
if
side of it,
you wanna prove your point first.
I haven't yet to get the answers from them, so I'm still trying to figure out how to you really trace that because
Man, to take a
I don't
DNA
know
test, bro.
I
That's
don't know like
one of
that.
the fastest way you can go
Now
about it,
back
but
to
you ain't
my
gonna do
point
that.
about the DNA. Now
Okay.
back
Go
to my
ahead.
point.
Go ahead. Ask your question.
I
Go
only
ahead.
said all that to answer her question. I said all that to answer her question.
Go ahead.
Did I satisfy your answer? Was that satisfying enough to answer your question, or do I need
Yeah.
to
I mean,
I
it's
mean,
okay.
because
You don't know.
that's the best I can answer that. That's the best I can be honestly answer that. To
That's
Okay.
be
why I
honest,
said a
but
DNA
is
test.
that
A
fair enough
DNA
for you?
test would help
Okay.
your
Now
case.
back to the
Go
DNA.
to
Now back to what I
Ancestry.
was
Hold on.
asking.
Go to Ancestry.com. Go buy a
Yeah.
test, bro, and then
Yeah.
go ahead and sign up.
Hold up,
Hold on,
bro.
hold on, hold on,
No,
hold on,
hold
hold
up.
on,
I
hold
No,
on.
he
get what
ain't
you're
gonna do
saying,
that.
but
He
let me
ain't
ask
gonna
though.
do
I
that.
know he
Let me
not.
ask though.
I know he
No,
not.
but let me ask though. No, before y'all get off of that, let me get back to because she said she'll
Okay. Go
answer mine.
ahead.
I
Ask your
asked
question.
her and I answered the question. So let me answer mine. Now my point is with the DNA, both of y'all. So I'm talking to both of y'all now because you both are presenting that you both did that and you sounding confident that the result you got from that it makes sense to run with that, right? Am I correct to say that? That's what your guys' stands are about that? That's not my question, but is that so I can ask my question? Is that what y'all saying, right? That the DNA, what you got out of the DNA testing, is evidence to run with what the evidence they gave, something to stand on. In other words,
Oh my God. Can you
no, I
just
mean, is
ask your
that something
question?
okay? No, I'm okay,
Just ask
madam.
your
If
question.
that's
Just
the
ask your
stance, right?
question.
So I
Just
can
ask your
ask my
question.
question. Okay,
Go ahead.
because if that's the case, the evidence. Okay, when you say you did a DNA, now you're saying that you found out you got both of y'all. One of y'all said that you got found out you have cousins from parts of Africa and this and that. How do you know that? Okay,
Yeah,
how do you know that? Because they're telling you that, and you talk to these people directly.
just quit. I
That's what
quit,
I'm
bro.
asking.
I
I'm
quit, man. Just
asking.
sit your stupid ass. You
No.
goofy as
Why?
fuck,
No,
man.
why
You know that,
literally?
right?
Hold up.
Yeah,
I'm
this
not
nigga
even
waste. You
challenging.
just a
I'm
waste of
asking you.
time
Is
with
that
this
what you're
bitch ass
telling
nigga.
me?
Listen.
What's the number?
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
I'm listening. I
If
want
I
you
put
to.
if I provide so the same specimen that allowed them to connect me with a more recent. I took time to explain that the further away
Yeah.
that someone is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. The further that someone else is away, it can still tell you share some DNA, right?
Okay.
And
I'm not arguing
and
against
what
that though. Just put it out there.
hold on. I don't need you. I don't need it.
Okay.
I really
Go ahead.
don't.
I'm just saying that's not my
Thank you.
stance though. I'm just
Thank
trying to point that out.
you. Thank you. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I understand this tactic of trying to, but what I'm going to do is start all the way over so that I won't lose track. So you just fucking it up. So
Okay.
anyway,
So
like I was saying, the test will tell you how if it's very far or closer if you share DNA. So that means that you do share DNA. The degree that you share can be changed because I actually found people, more than one. I know I talked to you about the young man, more than one people that I was actually related to on there. So I know that it's showing my DNA. Like my son and I share DNA, right? Me and my mom, we share DNA. That's for real, for real. Like if I would have took the test and she would have took the test, it would have came up, even if I didn't put my name. and I put
You said,
Tiana
but hold
Taylor.
on. You said
My name is
you said
even
if
if
so right here.
even
You didn't
listen
do it though?
listen. What I'm saying is that even if I put my name as Tiana Taylor, it was going to say Tiana Taylor as my mom's daughter. That's what's going to happen because your name
You're
doesn't dictate
saying,
who you're related to. Your DNA
and
dictates who you're
I
related
agree
to.
with all that, but I'm not even arguing against that part of you
Your
saying though.
name
I'm not
doesn't
even
dictate who you're related to.
okay.
When I get
I don't
married, my
disagree with
name is
that.
okay then. So, but
Okay, but because that's not
when
even
I
my question.
provided
That's
my
not even that's
so
not even
when
have
I
nothing to do with my
provided my
question though.
specimen, so when I provided my specimen, those people came up because I share DNA. I don't know what part of that is confusing for you.
Man,
I don't know how else to
none of
explain
that
it.
part of that is confusing to me. That's not even what I mean asking. I'm asking now when these people that you're saying
So
that
it's
you
not someone
connected with.
saying it; it's
Hold up.
that I
No,
share.
no. Wait.
I know I'm related to them. It's
Okay,
my
okay. What I'm
freaking
asking though,
family.
what I'm asking. You're saying that because it came up according to the same company that you put in the DNA that they're telling you this, right? That's what you're saying. That's what you're basing it
That
on,
they
right? Yes
also
or
took
no?
the test.
Okay,
People
yes
I'm
or no,
related
though.
to
Yes,
took the
right?
test.
Okay.
People that
That
I'm
those
related to took
same
the test.
company got the
People
same
that I'm
DNA from
related to
those
took the
people that
test.
they're saying are related to you. The same company did
How do they
both
know I'm
sides of the
related to
DNA
them?
and they matched you.
Oh my God. How do they know I'm
No,
related
yes
to
or no,
them?
no. That's what you're saying, right? Yes, right? That you matched
How
with these
else would they
people
know I'm
because y'all
related to
both put
them?
the DNA with this
How
company.
else would they know I'm related to them?
Okay,
That's not
so
making any
I'm asking.
sense.
So no, so what I'm asking you though, if that was some random shit that they just matched up because you guys
How
didn't do it
else?
at the same.
How else would they know we are
Oh, he not on the panel no
related?
more. He just dropped his shine, dropped his goofy ass.
Nah, he here. He need time out for 30 seconds.
He's still. I mean,
That's
he's
right.
just annoying. Because at this point, everything. It doesn't
I
matter.
didn't.
He's going to push back and get everything.
I thought he was being
Nah, it's not.
very. I thought at first I thought he was listening and he was being open, but
Nah, that
He
nigga
was
ain't.
never being open.
That's why I stopped talking. I just said, fuck this shit. I ain't going up here with this crazy ass nigga that don't know shit about his own goddamn self.
he don't even understand. Can I ask you this? How does DNA work? What? How are
He
you?
don't know.
He ain't ready for DNA.
Man,
He ain't ready for DNA.
I mean, I don't know it like y'all know it. I don't
Man,
know it like y'all know it,
No, but
but
here's the
my
thing,
that is
goodness.
melanated.
crazy,
You
man.
already
That is
know he
so
don't know what a
crazy.
primary source, a secondary, tertiary source is.
Yo,
He
I
don't know what
wasn't
that shit
even
is.
arguing. I was asking for clarity. I
No, but
wasn't even
all
arguing.
y'all.
That's
I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm gonna say this, Sean.
You
All adults
interrupting.
do is ask questions. All y'all don't know
No,
shit.
Yep.
All
I
y'all
was
do is
asking for
ask
what are you
questions.
talking about? No, hold up.
Hold
Stop.
on,
That's you lying on.
hold on. We got Brother Biasa on the panel. Let's give. Hey, we
Uh
all been
oh.
speaking. Let's
Yep.
give our brother
Shout out to
The
Bias,
real
bro.
black arrow. Yes.
What's good, y'all?
What's up, Biasa?
I'm
Good
still at
brother.
work. I just had a quick question for the brother. I don't know if we the same age group or if he younger. With you identifying as being Aboriginal, right? Do you see that as separate from the rest of the human family? Because by by stating that claim, you're putting yourself outside of the known human family tree. So are you saying that you're not human?
No, I'm not even claiming to be aberrant. Like I ain't never really said it like that. I'm just saying the more part that originated more in these lands, more so than brought to these lands by somebody by force. That's more what I'm more basing the narrative on. I'm not trying to act like that. That's a whole separate thing.
Not
First
to
of all,
cut you,
that part.
not to
Go ahead.
cut you. And I'm at work.
Yeah,
But
I get you. Go ahead.
that's pretty self-explanatory if you was born here. So
Yeah,
when
right.
we're identifying as a people, us as a people, yeah, we was born here over time, but we wasn't originated here.
Mhm.
Do you understand that part of the
Yeah,
conversation?
I totally get that. I totally get that. And so when you saying as me born here, I'm going back as far as from my ancestors that are even relevant to data with my part of the family, my particular family line from what I'm getting at it. Like I said, I haven't even done the whole full research to even put a whole claim on it. I'm still trying to figure it out. But I'm just that's where I was at. So that's why I'm not up in here trying to challenge, like, and saying that y'all are tripping. What I am challenging right now, this particular part I'm challenging, I just want to know, because y'all saying that all I need to do is take a DNA test is going to tell me. Not only was asking questions about the DNA test to just get more reference about why y'all believe in it, that I'm not arguing against it. I haven't yet to argue.
You
I'm
know,
just trying to get
I
reference.
got a challenge
That
for
was
you
all
right
of it.
now. I got a challenge for. Let's see if you'll take this challenge. I'll
What is
buy
that?
your DNA test for you. Hold on. On top of that, well, not only will I buy your DNA test for you, I'll get somebody who works in my job, an East Indian. So I'll give the East Indian cash to buy the test on your behalf. You take the test, and the East Indian will ship off your test on your behalf. And let's see what it says. Trust me, it's still gonna say African.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt
Do you
if it
accept?
would
Do
or
you
wouldn't.
accept that?
'Cause that's
Do you accept
okay.
that challenge? Do
Okay,
you
well,
accept
I
that
can accept
challenge?
that. Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
If
Hit
you
me.
serious
Email
about
me.
it, if that's going to do something,
Email
okay,
me.
I'm down with it. Okay, how do I do that?
I'll put my email in the back.
Hey, Callie,
Who is
do it.
this?
Hey,
Okay,
Callie.
I'm hearing
Hey,
you, but I'm
Callie.
not sure who is actually talking to me to know what you're talking about.
His name
Hey,
is
Who's
Callie.
Callie. He's gonna put his email in
okay?
the back chat.
Gotcha.
Hey, Callie, do it. And add one of his family members in there that took the test that he
Yeah,
knows his
my
family
mother.
member.
My mother. She did. She did it.
Okay, well then, when you take this test, if this test show that that's your mother, then there's no argument about DNA ever again.
Okay. Can I
Okay,
ask?
and
Do you know
if it's
some
off
of
the
your
same
mother's
company, if it's off the same
history?
company, they have right. It would be. I mean, that would be obvious, right? If it was, that mean, yeah,
Yeah.
that would be dumb to say that. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you about it. So don't act like I'm tripping. I'm just saying, yeah, if it's the same company, and I put it in there, you would think they're gonna say that if they have the same evidence, right?
No, it could be
Well,
different.
why don't
That's
you
dumb to
could
say.
just put a different last name. Just put a different last name. You could put your name as Kermit the Frog. You don't.
No. Okay,
As long
but
as you
from what y'all
paying, they
saying,
just
if it's
gonna
the
do
same
Kermit.
company, if I put the DNA testing, do the same company, and don't even let it be known that my
No, it
mother
doesn't.
did that, and they came
It
up with the
doesn't
same
have to
evidence,
be. This,
then
it
it would
doesn't
mean
have
that
to.
they got some root. There's some truth to be behind their evidence. I get what you're saying. I'm not arguing
No,
against that.
you don't get it because you keep
No,
trying to say
why
Do
not?
you
different.
know that
Let me.
people is finding out that they father them had other kids? Because they finding siblings on there. Like people is like,
Okay, and
yo, why is this
I'm
person
not
coming up
arguing
as my
against it, but
sibling?
y'all keep trying to act like I'm arguing against that, but I've yet to argue against that. I'm asking you questions to get more understanding of why y'all believe in it. Not saying you shouldn't. Not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying, can you tell me? Because you're saying now you're trying to say evidence because you don't connected with these people. Now I'm just saying, so I'm hearing you correct. When you connected with these people and you talk to these people,
Bro,
not because
why is it a
this company
conspiracy with
thing.
you, bro?
Yeah,
It's not
You
about a
treat it as a
conspiracy. Why
conspiracy.
you taking it that way when I'm saying that you're saying that you connected with these people, and I'm asking you, do you literally talk to these people that you're saying that you found out that you're related to them? And then if
yeah,
you're saying you did, and when I ask that
listen, hey,
question, you act like that's a crazy question. Why is
my
that a
man,
crazy
chill out for
question
a
then?
second. Chill out for a second. Listen, when I took my DNA test, I got cousins that I grew up with that
Mm-hmm.
showed up on my DNA test. That's my cousins that I see every single day, and they showed up in the DNA in my ancestry test as my cousins. So it's not a belief anymore; it's factual.
That I
Let me
get
finish.
that part,
Let
and
me
no
finish,
one's is
bro.
arguing about
Bro,
that. I
let me
totally
finish.
get
Let
that
me
part.
finish.
That's
Let me
easy. That's
finish.
obvious.
Let me finish. So when you come on here and you try to push your belief on how you believe that people are
Well,
here,
but I never had to do that though. You keep
you
saying
just
that. That's
said
why I have to
you
argue with
just
you because you
said
keep
that you're
saying that. I'm not telling you nothing
bro.
like that.
Can you be quiet for a second?
But you're lying on me right now. That's what I'm saying. You're lying on me right
Did
now.
you not just say that you believe that we were here? Did you
What?
just not say that 5 minutes ago?
Oh man, hold up. I know my family was. That's what I'm saying.
You're
Yes, I
lying.
know
You
that
just
You
family
said you
was.
don't
don't
know.
know about your
You
family,
don't
though.
know if you don't
No,
have
my
any
family.
evidence
No,
to
no, no, no,
support
no, no,
it.
no, 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 no. I said that there's a part when he asked a gentleman asked me about the Aboriginal question, and I said I'm not really putting the stance on the whole Aboriginal as a whole entire collective, like that's it. But I'm
Then
saying
you
that
don't
I do know
know.
my family line that we wasn't brought. My family wasn't brought here from by force by no way. That's the part I'm standing on. That part. That
Okay,
part.
let me
That's
ask
all.
you this,
That's
bro.
what I
Let
can
me ask
claim
you
to.
this.
That's what I can say. But
Let me ask
that's
you. Let me ask you a very simple question. What's your last name?
What is that? What does that even matter though? That part. Just say
What's
that.
your last name?
Because
I'm asking.
It matters a
Just
lot.
Make up.
okay, check
I
it.
know exactly what
My
it
last
is.
name. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you like this. My last name ain't even my daddy's last name, but I'm
What
gonna
is
tell you my
your
last name.
last fucking name, dude?
It's
Oh my
Kelly.
God.
Okay, so you're not indigenous to this land. Because if you
Yeah.
was indigenous to this land,
But
there was
I'm
no
trying
way
to
you
tell you
would have a
something. That ain't
European
my
last name.
last. But that ain't my family last name. That's the fucking
Oh
crazy
my
part, though.
fucking God,
And
dog.
you gonna
What's
look
your
at it, you
family's
sound
last
dumb.
name
So
then?
I hear why you think that, and I
What's
hear
your
it, but that's
family's
not even
last
my
name
daddy's
then,
name.
bro?
That's it. Williams on my father's side, Gordon on my
So your
mother's side.
Williams is an
Yeah.
English name, bro.
Thank
Okay.
you. He making
Okay.
shit up now.
No, I'm not making nothing up.
He's
As far as
going
what
to
I was
try to
told.
make shit up to
Oh,
try to
Okay, y'all.
justify
Okay, I gotta
his
go. But
bullshit beliefs.
y'all tell me. Y'all run with your narrative. You don't say that. Fine. I'm
No,
just
wait.
telling you what it is. What
What's the
I know.
brother?
see,
That's
bro,
all I'm saying. That's what I was
The
saying.
here's
brother.
my problem
Brother.
with you. When Callie asks you about our cultural history, and you said
Yeah.
I disagree with you, you didn't even know what he was
Wait,
talking
wait, wait,
about, and
wait.
you
When did I say
disagreed
that?
with
Hold
him.
up. Wait, back me up. When did I disagree? I'm refreshing my
When he
memory.
mentioned our cultural history and diversity coming out of the continent of Africa,
Yeah.
your answer to him was, I disagree with you. And then he turned around and asked you, did you know what it means? And you
About
said
what
no.
though?
How do you
What did
disagree
I
with
say
him
I
when you
disagree
don't
with?
even know
But
what he's talking about?
hold up, no. See, I never. You see now you're twisted. I never said it like the way you're saying. I never said I
You
disagree
did. You
without even
actually
knowing I
did say it
disagree
like
with.
that. You did.
Okay, then remind me because I swear I don't believe. I don't believe
You
that.
okay?
Tell
What
me
is
again
cultural
what I said so
continuity,
bad.
bro? What's
Brother, what
cultural
you
continuity?
did.
Tell me what that means.
I don't know.
I explained that to you.
Exactly.
I
That's
never
what proved my
argued
point.
against
You
that.
don't
I
know
never argued
anything.
against that. I never argued against that. I don't
Listen,
know. You tell me what that
brother,
is. You tell me what that is.
you was not paying attention when I first came on the panel.
Yeah,
That's
that
what I
you're
was
right about that.
explaining to you.
That is true. You're that part I can't argue. You were right about that when you came on and you started
So
breaking
now
it
you
down.
looking
And I'm
up
not,
and you
and
was
that's
not
why I
paying
admitted
attention.
to
She
you at
broke
first.
it down. Then okay, hold on. She
She
broke it
did,
down. So what's
and
cultural
that's why I
continuity,
had.
bro?
That
She
was
broke
true.
it down to
You done
you.
that.
You said she
She
broke it
did.
down to
She
you,
did.
right?
He
And
don't,
she did. And
he
I
said he wasn't
apologize to her
listening.
when and she done because I said I had to get but somebody was in the room with me had to let me know. Damn, she talking to you. And I was like, oh shit. And I started catching in halfway in that because I didn't realize you were talking. And that was my bad. And I did
Jesus fucking
apologize to you
Christ,
on
bro.
that. I did correct myself on
Cultural
that. And that was my
continuity.
fault.
I mean,
Okay,
the
so look,
words itself explain. It's self-explanatory, bro. You know what culture mean. You know what cultural continuity mean. What does continuity
Yeah.
mean? What does continuity mean?
means to
I'm gonna
continue
play dumb. I'm gonna
constantly.
play dumb unless you educate me.
No,
I'm just
no.
gonna play
I
dumb unless
want
you
you to
educate
tell
me.
me what continuity
You're
means.
not
Tell me.
playing,
I'm
bro.
playing. I'm playing
First of
dumb.
all, you're not
It
playing dumb.
continues.
You're not
And
playing
then
dumb.
It continues.
You are dumb.
I'm going to represent my dumbness. Then, however you want to state it, and I'm gonna
Right.
ask
Do
you
you
to
hear what I'm
educate me.
No.
Please.
saying?
Tell me what continuity. You say you're not dumb, so tell
Can
me
you
what
hear
continuity
me?
is.
I didn't say I'm not
Brother
dumb. I
D,
said I'm
can you
gonna
hear
run
me?
with that narrative. I'm gonna hold
I can hear
myself
you,
to
Bro,
sis.
run
I
with
can hear you.
being dumb. Educate me, please.
why he can't hear me? It means continue, to continue. It continues. Culture, how the culture continues. Continuity. The
I'm
context
sorry.
clues.
Say that again. How the culture? What? I'm sorry. You broke up when you were saying that on my
It
end.
can it continues. The culture continues. Continuity. The continuation of the culture.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
So that's what culture continuity means.
Got
Do
you.
you understand what she just said?
Oh shit!
We
Hold up,
know he
hold up.
don't know.
I'm
You
getting
know he
hold
don't
up. I'm
understand
getting
what she
no.
said. You know he don't
I'm
know.
getting background. I'm getting background interference. I'm sorry. No, be honest. Okay. Now,
And do you
I had to walk
understand? The
away from.
question
I
is,
had to walk away from where it was. So now let's go. I'm back with you guys. I
do
was getting
you
distracted.
Hey, bro,
do
how
you
did you do in school? I'm
understand
not trying to
what
be
was
funny. How
No,
did you
no,
do in
hold up. No,
school?
I'm saying that people came in the room where I was at and they were over talking you guys. So now I
No,
couldn't really.
but did you finish
okay?
school?
Yeah, I finished school.
You
The
did,
fuck?
or did they just
Okay,
pass
good,
you through?
good.
No,
Come on,
I
Callie.
graduated high school.
Callie.
I went through all the bullshit. Yeah, I did. I
Callie.
graduated, and I took it, taking all that. So yeah, I
All
finished
right.
school.
But D. So do you understand what does cultural continuity mean now?
But as far as in what you're explaining it to be, from what he's saying, is that he's saying the continuum of culture. Yeah, I missed that. To sum it up,
Yep. So if you are an Indigenous American person, right, and then they have 5 generations in Jamaica, what would that look like? Well, let's not say Jamaica. They go to Thailand, right? So
Hmm.
some indigenous Americans go to Thailand. 5 generations later, what would be some cultural examples of cultural continuity? What are you going to see in Thailand that is going to continue the culture of the indigenous Americans? What do you think some examples would be?
Wait, wow. Okay, wait. Back that up. So you're saying, say that one more time. Just say it one more time, so I can make sure to answer you correctly.
My question is, can you please provide some examples of what cultural continuity would be if some indigenous Americans from North America went to Thailand and stayed there for 5 generations?
Would be them presenting stuff that they brought from the North Americans, right, and continue on their culture and that part of the land, right? According to what
Like
continuity would
what?
mean. Like,
Like what?
for example, for modern day North Americans, I'm gonna go based upon, but that being like
No,
the
not just North
so-called black community,
Americans.
the North Americans,
Not
period.
just the
It
North
don't have to be
Americans. I'm talking about the indigenous. I'm talking about that would be indigenous culture to keep it to continue.
well. If we have to get more specific, what we would define as the North American culture as indigenous
You're
North
the
American
one that
culture.
got indigenous heritage. So
But
why are
see
you
again,
asking me to define it?
but again, y'all keep trying to say that's what I'm saying, but I never really said that yet, like that.
I didn't
I'm
say
just
no.
saying.
Yes, you did. You said you have some. So whatever. I mean, if it's a culture that you have, you would know
Okay,
it, right?
to get it more clear, if I did say some, then I must have outspoke or overspoke or whatever. I must have said it incorrectly. Okay,
Melanated, let me
because
ask
that's
him a
not what I'm
question.
trying to tell you. That's not what I'm saying. My whole argument is just the fact that my family so far, what I'm getting from what I'm being told, is that we weren't our ancestry necessarily is all based upon slavery brought from the continent of Africa. That's
Bro.
all I was
Let me
saying.
ask you a question.
That's it.
Which foods did you grow up eating?
A bunch of different foods, honestly, because I
No.
have
I'm
multiple
talking
culture
about
mates.
foods that are part of your ethnic group. What foods did you grow up eating?
They go to lie. They go to lie, Cali. He making up a lie right
Am I
now.
going to lie? What do you mean I'm going to lie?
Yeah, what
But
foods
y'all
did you grow up eating?
just seeing that shit though.
Okay,
You knew
so
what
The
you
fact
ate
y'all just
growing
going
up.
straight seeing
If you
that shit,
had to
don't even
pause
know
on what
me
you
like
ate
that till
growing
you
up,
say I'm a
that means
lying.
you trying to manufacture a lie.
Oh man, no, that
This is
is
not
not.
hard.
Is it? Is it
to
not? But because you're
listen,
assuming
I'm
right off the
asking
bat.
you, did
Okay.
you
So what
you
foods
grow up?
are part of your
I don't
ethnic
eat.
group did you grow up
I
eating?
don't do. But fuck. But to see that.
Do you grow up eating what would be
Collard greens,
African
black eyed peas.
slave food, like the food that the Africans brought over and started cooking? Did you eat those same foods like the Native Americans start eating that? Like, was that what you're trying to say? Like your indigenous ancestors learned from the Africans,
What
or
foods? Hey, this nigga gonna go look up some shit. He gonna go look up Native
I
American
think yeah,
foods.
he
This
about to
this
manufacture a lie. That's what he
this
about to
nigga
do.
went to
was
go
eating some
look up Native
buffalo?
American foods.
So he was eating buffalo, right? And he was eating
Different corn
corn.
meals,
You're
meals
gonna
and shit
see
like that.
corn.
Yeah, my
Don't
homeboy
please
is
don't say.
Mexican, right? Mexicans have so many different dishes with corn in it. That I mean, they have
Let me
different
see. Do y'all know
different
Madon?
breeds of corn.
Madon was in a debate, and the Madon said, cornbread is our Native American thing. You know what I'm saying? On Thanksgiving, I know you had to eat some cornbread. That's Native American, that's indigenous culture. I said,
Yep.
cornbread, bruh. Like, and the funny thing is, when you think about the Native Americans, they eat everything corn except for like, well, I don't know if they don't make cornbread, but I know they not like that. Ain't they known for cornbread? Like black folks.
No, but corn. That's what we got it from. We learned cornbread from Native Americans. It's literally their
Native
shit.
Americans, they actually make cornbread.
I haven't seen them made it, but I know that's where we got it from because cornbread don't have nothing to do with us. I mean, it does now, but we didn't invent that. We learn
Yeah,
from
that's
everything
why
from
you
indigenous
don't
people.
ask. Don't ask what you ate, because if somebody says potato, they got you in a trick bag. It'd
Yep.
be better
They
served
said
to
what?
say, how did you prepare your food? Don't ask what the ingredients was. Ask how you prepared it.
Oh
Because
yeah,
you could
you
be
and we
very,
did. And we, we already know we
you could be
stewed our greens and
very,
beans.
you could be very vague, especially anybody 20 years of age in the time of globalism. If you say we ate potatoes growing up, then what's that when potatoes are everywhere now? You get what I'm trying to say? But how you prepared it. Then you start looking at how they prepared it, and now you can say, oh, that's a German dish. Or your people happen to be German. You get where I'm going? Or you had mashed potatoes, but they whipped up this way and they got these key ingredients inside the potatoes. Oh, that's like grandma. You get where I'm going? It's how you
Yep.
prepared it, not
Absolutely.
necessarily the ingredient itself.
Absolutely. Because the way we, like I said, the way that we stewed our greens and our beans,
Yeah, like I like my
we
cornbread. I
West
like my
African style.
cornbread sweet. I eat it. I eat cornbread the non-FBA way. You know, I don't like FBA cornbread. I like foreigner cornbread.
Fuck FBA. Bomb.
I
I can't
like
stand
yeah.
FBAs.
No, I like FBA greens though, and I like
Don't
FBA
hold on. Don't
um
call them FBA. You can say
I like
Black American
FBA
or African
grits.
American, but do not say FBA. Them niggas are
Okay.
goofy. Them niggas
Okay.
claim to
I
be
like
partially
Black
indigenous to the
American.
Americans. Yeah, African, Black American, African American. The other one
I
interchangeable.
like I like Black American grits. You know, and the real grits is the savory ones. Death to anyone who wants to eat sweet grits. Get out of here. Right. Sweet grits.
Sweet
Never
grits. Oh, you
win.
put sugar in grits? Oh no.
No, some people, not me. I'm saying, I said death to people, to anyone who's doing that, but they be doing it. People be eating sweet
Yeah, I know.
grits.
I know some people do it. They tripping. But yeah, I
Tripping.
like the way Vyasa brought it up because that's absolutely correct. Like I said, man, um, our style of cooking is we had West African techniques that we brought over and utilized. So even though we didn't necessarily have most of the foods that we had in Africa, we still use the same cooking techniques in order to cook the food, the same seasoning techniques in order to season the food, right? So it's definitely different from the way we did things or the way that the food was being prepped over here by Native Americans or by Europeans, right? And you see, he hightailed his ass up out of here. Yeah, that dude has
He
no
gone.
intentions on taking no DNA test. He's not taking no DNA
I hope
test.
he gets. I hope he gets his DNA.
No, he's not going to do that. He's a liar.
Yeah, brother.
That nigga had no intentions on taking the DNA test. He had no intentions on learning about, African American history. He don't care about none of that shit. Matter of fact, he don't even know that African American history, Caribbean history, Afro Latino history, that shit is intertwined. It's interconnected. Like
Oh, you know what? You
there's
know
lots of
what?
crossover.
I was gonna say. You know what I was gonna say. But you guys have kind of moved away from the topic. Was that so I had mentioned that my DNA lined up with my genealogy, but it also lined up with actual the historical record. So what I mean by that is um all of the different places that my ancestors went to coincided with the Europeans being in that area as well. So history puts the Europeans um in a particular location, right? And when where my relatives were, it was two different groups, two different groups there, and so the smaller population. I know that I have a last name, so my last name is Irish. No, yeah, my last name is Irish, and this was a time when the British had control over Jamaica, and They brought the Irish there to be like the overseers, so to speak. The labor force. The Irish weren't the big bosses. They were more like the labor force of the Europeans, of the British at that time in Jamaica. So that's why you have a lot of, you know, Jamaicans who have British last names and also Irish last names. Like, so it just coincides with freaking history. It's like, but all of their stuff is how you know they not lying. How you gonna just believe that?
Yeah, it was all a conspiracy with him. That's why I was like, he had no attention. He said, first you gotta tell me how you believe in it. It's like, man, shut up. I don't want to hear that shit. Like I said, look, here's the reality, right? First thing is we know that the transatlantic slave trade that it happened. This is not something that we have to make up or anything like that. We also know that there were multiple acts that were passed as well, right? During the transatlantic slave trade, right, as well, in order to increase the chances of Africans, enslaved Africans making it across the Atlantic, right? So we
Can
know
we
about
just
that.
acknowledge that that was just funny that his friends, whomever that was, set him up like that? Clearly, they be in the bushes watching Sean's show, and they got him, pumped him up, and said, "Yo, did you all that? Call up in the show, you know." And then they just
Right.
left him like that.
But I know you listening. I know you don't give a fuck, but I'm gonna say this anyway. So here's some of the acts: the Slave Trade Act of 1788, first British law regulating the slave trade, limited the number of enslaved Africans that could be carried on British ships based on tonnage, required surgeons aboard many slave ships, intended to reduce deaths during the Middle Passage, though the trade itself remained legal. Annual Renewal Act 1789 to 1795. Because the 1788 Act was temporary, Parliament renewed it every year. 1789, 1790, 1791, 1792, 1793, 1794, and 1795. These largely kept the same regulations in force. Further renewal acts like in 1797, 1798, there was no renewal in 1796 because the Parliament was dissolved. Slave Trade Act of 1799 made the earlier regulations permanent instead of renewing them annually. Then you had the Abolition and Enforcement. Slave Trade Act of 1807 abolished the British transatlantic slave trade. It did not abolish slavery itself. Slave Trade Felony Act 1811 made participation in the slave trade a felony punishable by criminal penalties. Slave Trade Act of 1824 strengthened the enforcement against illegal slave trading. Slavery Abolition Act 1833 abolished slavery throughout most of the British Empire with a transitional apprenticeship system and compensation paid to enslavers, which they just recently paid off, by the way. Slave Trade Act 1843 updated and strengthened the anti-slave trade law. A Burden Act authorized the British Navy to seize Brazilian slave ships under certain circumstances. And Slave Trade Act of 1873 further consolidated British anti-slave trade legislation. So why would they pass all these acts, man? If this shit won't happen, this shit is ridiculous. Like we had Ghana, multiple chiefs in Ghana apologize. We had chiefs in Nigeria apologize. We've had other representatives from places like Cameroon, Sierra Leone, they apologize. We had the Danish king apologize for their role in the transatlantic slave trade. Right? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get out of here, man. But it's proven this the most documented event in world history. The fact that we have goofy niggas like yourself pushing back against it, and you don't even know anything or really even know history, anything about history. And the fact that you wanted to push back, you're trying to push back against historical documentation, anthropology, archaeology, and genetics. Who the fuck are you? You a know nothing nigga. And you're trying to push back against people who actually know shit, who actually study shit. Now, I'm not going to get up here and act like I'm Mr. Know-it-all, because I'm not. But I know more than you. And you, the fact that you know nothing and you're still pushing back is pathetic. And I think you are a product of No Child Left Behind, nigga. They just put past your ass through. You know that nigga didn't finish school. I mean, they just said, fuck it, let's get this nigga out of here. They were tired of your dumb ass. This is how that nigga went to school. How he was acting is how he went to school. Interrupting the teacher every 5 seconds. They were just, they don't give a fuck. Just give him C- or something. Get his dumb ass through. That's what they did. Passed your stupid ass through. You should have stayed in school. Have no comprehension and aren't interested in reading or anything like that of that nature either. So, yeah, sad shit. Bias, you still there, bro? Or you busy? You might have stepped
Yeah,
away.
give me a few seconds and I'm about to head outside for my lunch. But
Okay, for sure.
give me about, I go on lunch at 1, so give me just a few more minutes.
For sure.
Where's mine?
But you see that, right? You see all those acts, right? They passed acts. We had insurance companies involved in this. So these so the like the shipping the shipping over of enslaved Africans was insured. We also know how much
Listen, let me
water they
tell
needed.
you, when
Go ahead.
my face is all of the evidence I need. Like, I get all of this, you know, the science, the history, the court documents, the oral tradition, like, and my face, they be seeing me, and Africans be talking, they talk to me. I be like, hold on now, all I know is English. I said, oh, my name is Fatima, boy. I fit right in. But you're showing documents from the 1700s, Kelly?
Yeah, yeah. There's whole acts, laws that were written in order to regulate the transatlantic slave trade to increase, because there was so many Africans that were dying early on, right? And they wanted to increase the chances of the Africans making it across the sea, so they can generate money. You know, so it was hooked on that sugar, right? And they needed the Africans to survive in order to continue to produce those crops and shit like that, especially sugar. Sugar, then which would later become molasses, which became rum, right? And they needed to ship over these things and also other foods as well, but mostly sugar.
You
Sugar
know
was
what?
like,
I really think that's why I actually prefer to drink rum. I be feeling like, yes, if I'm going to drink alcohol, I'm going to honor my ancestors. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to have me some rum. Because I'm definitely a rum girl. Rum and pineapple juice,
mm-hmm.
you know, a true Caribbean girl, you know.
You see this right here? This right here, this is
Wait, hold on.
Lloyd's of London. This is on our website. They're talking about they're apologizing for the role in the transatlantic slave trade. They insured the shit. They insured it. They became a multi-trillion-dollar company off of the transatlantic slave trade. That's where they got their seed money from. So researching our past in 2020, Lloyd's apologized for its historical links to the transatlantic slave trade. We have since undertaken several pieces of research to understand and contextualize our history and make an honest account of our past, a part of the story we tell at Lloyd's. This has included hiring an archivist to arrange, catalog, and curate the Lloyd's collection, publishing co-curated conversation between Black and white colleagues about items in the collection and their significance, conducting research into significant figures in Lloyd's past, such as John Julius Angerstein, and our 1771 founders of the New Lloyd's Coffee House, launching an independent research collaboration with Black Beyond Data, based at Johns Hopkins University and funded by Mellon Foundation to explore our past and set it in context. Right? And let's see. So yeah, there's more to it and stuff like that too, but they start to tell you about all the little things they brought up, said Black Beyond Data's research based on John blah blah. Right. So they talk about things that little acts they did. None of this shit is it's helping Black people financially long term, motherfucker. Well, y'all need to be cashing us out some of them trillions of dollars that you that you engage in.
So like my cousin, her husband, like he has some he has some African ancestry, but he also has some indigenous Native American ancestry. So the same Native Americans that the Abos don't acknowledge, he acknowledges that he has some ancestry from them. Like if you look at his father looked a little biracial something, like a little mix of something, and then his mother is black, and so he looks a little bit more black than the father.
Yeah, but
And
there's Tainos. There's Tainos still in Jamaica.
but he's
You know
able
there's
to go
Tainos.
on a land. But he's able to like go on the reservation, and he's entitled to. I think like his kids have less rights, I guess, than he does. But his kids, if they have something that they could, I guess, go on the land if they wanted to.
Yeah, but you know there's still Tainos in Jamaica. That like they didn't disappear. They're admixed though. These people are not like there's no pure Tainos left. They're mixed with European and African, and you can see the African ancestry in them. It's in there pretty heavy.
And they, and they acknowledge that they have African ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
They're not out here saying we only Taino.
And it's the same thing if you go
Like
to
the
St. Vincent
Abos.
Grenadines. St. Vincent Grenadines, the same thing. You go to St. Vincent Grenadines, and those Tainos as well. They're also
the same. It's
admixed.
like
Yep.
I don't know where you're going in the Caribbean. That the people there who are like a mulatto mixed background are gonna just say, "Oh, I'm just da 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 da." I don't. They're gonna say, "Yes, I have African ancestry. I got African." When you go to Brazil, Africa is all over Brazil. Crazy. That's why I was like talking to these people is crazy. They don't travel, right? They'll ask 100 people, "Are you indigenous too? Are you indigenous?" They get 101. One person says yes. "Oh, you know what? I went to Puerto Rico and Puerto Rican said they don't got no African." And it's like, that's a damn lie.
That's why go to Loisa.
Right.
You go to Loisa, you'll see a bunch of the Africans up there in Loisa in Puerto Rico.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's crazy though.
But that's
Look,
what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, it's just ridiculous though with
they'll
these people.
find
Like I
that one
said,
person.
that's all they need though. Because they're fishing. They're fishing to try to prove their point. But most of these people are disingenuous, and most of them are liars. Like even that dude was a liar. He was a fraud, right? And but he wants to prove his point. He's looking to find. He will dig in that haystack until he finds that needle. For him, that needle overshadows all of the fucking hay, right? That one needle. To him, that needle is more evidence than all that hay, which is crazy. The hay is it's a mountain of evidence. But he wants the needle in the haystack because the needle to him proves that he's indigenous. Even though, like I said, he was on here. He was. I asked him, "What did he eat?" And he said, "Why you got to be funny? Just tell us what you ate. It's not that hard growing up, right?" But then he went to go do research.
Soul food. Well, that's what he was.
That nigga tried to Google Native American food. That bitch ass nigga tried to Google Native American food so he can try to claim it.
I didn't hear everything. I didn't hear everything y'all was talking about, but there's vital parts that if you listen, you hear everything. So when I asked him if he was outside the human race, his response was, No, but we wasn't part of the slavery. We was here. We may not always been here, and I'm paraphrasing, but we didn't get here as slaves. And that's what they trying to avoid. They trying to avoid the
Slavery. It's all
hardships.
that. Mhm.
Yeah, so you just keep them at that. Um, the sad part of that is don't make the assumption that every last one of us was in bondage through the totality of the story. That's where doing your genealogy may come a benefit to those who want to escape it. But
Mhm.
if you find it, there's no shame in it.
Nope.
To me,
Yeah,
I feel
there were
like
free Africans.
I
There were free
descend from
blacks.
people who were survivors, though. Like if my ancestors were enslaved, my ancestors had very strong will, determination, great genes because they survived on them ships. They didn't just be frail and weak and pass away. So I descend from literally people who survived the Ma'afa. How is that something to be ashamed of? A lot
But
of
they
people didn't
survived
survive.
because their mental faculties wasn't disturbed by Madan or V note melanated.
Nope.
She
Them
said
niggas was
Madonna
in their
Vino.
story, they wouldn't have made it.
Just like I'm
They
not
had
disturbed
struggle.
by a Madonna or Vino, living my best life despite whatever stupidest they
You
saying.
talking about
Living my
melanated? Vino said he moving next to you.
I'm outside right now on the deck, sipping my rum.
Yeah, but no,
It's too hot
Vino said he
outside for
gonna be
me
your
to have
neighbor soon.
the fireplace
Vino,
on.
he told me he
Tell,
gonna be your neighbor soon.
tell,
Vino said he gonna be your
listen,
neighbor soon.
no, we don't need no more white folks in my neighborhood. You trying to get it more black.
Well, that's what I said. Vino said he gonna move in. He moving next door to you.
You ain't hear what I'm saying? We don't need no more white folks over here.
Yeah, that was
We trying
hilarious.
to, mm-mm.
Yeah.
We trying to change it. We trying to change the face of the neighborhood, not keep it what it is.
Sean do Vino hella funny though.
No.
He be on point with that. You're
Oh
trying hard.
my God, he sounds just like him. And then he turn around and do what's the other boy name? With the squeaky voice.
Oh, Ling Ling.
What Ling Ling.
Yeah, who's over there?
I
Who's
can't
been
tell which one I
bragging
like.
about being adopted by a racist Native American tribe? He got a race. Well, actually, I shouldn't call the whole tribe Native racist, but he got adopted by some Native racists who are anti-black as fuck, and they admit they're anti-black and they brag about it, and they love to use the N-word with the hard R, hard ER, right?
No.
Regularly. Oh yeah, they do.
Is
On
that
TikTok,
is that the group that he
absolutely.
was crying? He was
He begged
crying
them to
for them.
love him. Like he got something wrong with that nigga. Like this nigga, you crying for this shit? Weird ass nigga.
Wow.
These niggas are sad.
Crazy.
Like these are like low racial pride, bitch ass niggas. That's what I don't like about them. Like how can you not be proud to be black? But hold on, these same niggas will turn around and claim hip hop and R&B and shit like that. Like, wait a minute, you're not part of my ethnic group. That's not your heritage. Don't claim none of that. None of that. The dope ass music that came out of the Americas. Because because I said if you look like all the dope music and dances come out of the Afro descendants. Without the Afro descendants, what is music like today around the world? Pretty fucking lame, right? And so the Afro descendants came up with all this dope ass shit. But these dudes don't want to be attached to Africa. There's no hip hop, there's no R&B, there's no jazz, there's no blues, there's no gospel, there's no EDM or none of that shit. It's all it all has African polyrhythms in the music. That shit crazy, man. Oh, I know. I know, Sean. But
What
I was
Sean
gonna
said?
go for the night, but I heard that nigga talking. I had to come back. I ain't gonna lie. I heard him. I had to come back. I hadn't really screamed at an abo in a while. Cuss one out in a while. I needed that.
Well, it's like he got. But did you hear him before he got off? He was like, "Oh, well, you know what? I think you're right. Like, yeah, I don't really have any of that. Like, almost like he realized he's not an Aboriginal. Like, I'm gonna go back and listen to it so I can." But he just kind of recanted everything.
Oh, Vyasa, I played that song. That shit. Don't argue with a fool.
Yeah, that's my shit. Hey, not that
What is
that
the
beat.
indigenous dances? What they be doing? Is the Harlem Shake an Aboriginal dance, y'all? Doing the Soldier Boy?
I just don't get it, man. I don't get why y'all so ashamed, bro. The reason I'm like, our history is a history of perseverance and strength.
It's simple. Stop overcomplicating it. They're ashamed
Yep.
because they don't know the story.
Facts.
They empty vessels. That's all this is a reflection of. They just they the very definition of ignorant. They don't know. Now
At
the
all.
dumb motherfuckers who out here pushing the bullshit, yeah, you can ride on them full throttle, but those who just caught in the crosshairs and they are easily persuaded, I give them very little energy. You kind of it's kind of what that catch and release fishing program. You throw some bait, if they bite it, they bite it. And once you realize they're not even worth the catch, you just let it go.
You know what's funny thing though? It's a lot of y'all, I would say this, you guys need to learn about our history here. But some of y'all will probably feel better if you learn about the history in Africa before European contact or even during European contact. And if you saw them Ghanaians whooping them white boys' ass, or should say the Ashanti, they was whooping them white boys' ass. Y'all have no idea. Them dudes couldn't penetrate like that, man. Yeah, they were some bad motherfuckers, and they weren't afraid of them folks either. Things changed once they got their mind with the religion, right? The religion is what got them, right? Christianity, man. When they were able to finally get them and get them to take on the Bible and change their mindset, and then built schools, in Africa, which once again changed the mind, got these people to be docile instead of very aggressive towards them. Changed everything. Colonization was the most effective tool that Europeans used against Africans. Because before then, man, it was built to ass. A lot of y'all just don't know. That's why you gotta read. You need to go look at this shit up.
Hey man, I'm about to end this shit, bro. It's been a long day for me. I appreciate everybody tapping in. I'll probably be on tomorrow sometime. Probably later on, or maybe early. I think maybe early. I
You
don't
cooking
know.
out tomorrow, Sean?
Nah, for what?
You know you a grill master. You know
I
you a
don't
grill master.
celebrate like you pagans.
Man, I'm
Yeah,
going to the pool. I ain't cooking.
yeah. I don't celebrate like you pagans.
No, thanks for
I
letting me
just
come
thought
on,
you was
Sean.
just trying to
I didn't get
grill.
a chance to.
But yeah,
I got a chance
appreciate
to
it.
cuss out an abo for the first time
Nah, I ain't
in a
good
long
as
time,
shit.
man. Good to see you, Vyasa. Good to see you,
Yeah, peace,
Melanated Goddess.
everybody.
Long time no see for all y'all.
What
The
up,
same thing to
Shad?
you, Sean.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Yeah,
See
I'm
you
about to
guys on.
crash.
on the other side.
Yeah, peace out, y'all. Y'all catch that replay, hit that like button, man. Like
He coming back to speak to you. He gonna be back.
All right, peace out. Nah, the nigga ain't talking to me. Yeah, shit, once I seen, I gave him enough of my time. I said, all right, he wasting my time, so I'm finna let him talk to y'all. That was it for me. But yeah, peace out, everybody, man. We catch y'all on the flip side.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whipping. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.